let's see who's the next one. And we have the third attempt of Athens from Switzerland, from Bradshaw.
Έχουν αφήσει αυτό το ύψος για να συνεχίσουν ψηλότερα η Γαλλίδα Σαμπέλ και η Bradshaw από τη Μεγάλη Βρετανία.
So we have the third attempt of the Swiss champion. She comes from Basel. Lea Bachmann. And we give them a round of applause.
4-23, τρίτη προσπάθεια για την Bachmann από την Ελβετία. Θα δίνουμε ψηλότερα.
She must be excited, she must be very happy with her third time clearance. And now we have the crucial jump for the Hungarian champion Hanka Klekner at 4:23. Third attempt.
Klekner, τρίτη προσπάθεια για την Ουγγαρέζα τρίτρια.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. She needs your support. Come on.
Έχει 4-50 ρεκόρ και το έχει πετύχει φέτος.
So Klekner was third time lucky and she will continue her event.
Ο Πίκης ανεβαίνει στα 4 μέτρα και 33 εκατοστά.
And the first that will try this new height will be the native of Athens lately. She is coached by a Greek trainer, Demet Pavlak from Istanbul, Turkey. Let's do it. Actually, she's from Athens. She had great blood.
Μιλάει ελληνικά, μπορείς να το ρωτήσεις.
Μιλάει ελληνικά, δεν το ήξερα. Και εγώ επίσης μιλάω ελληνικά.
So we get it higher. We need your energy again. Come on. Louder. Come on. Wow. Όλες συνεχίζουμε εξαίρεση τη ρέτσα. Όλες οι αθλήτριες. Παυλάκ στα 4-33, το χειροκρότημα μάτσα. Έλα να το χειροκρότημα.
She tries to equal her personal best, 4:33.
Η Παυλάκ πάει να ισοπαλίσει το ατομικό του ρεκόρ που είναι 4-33. Το έχει πετύχει σε κλειστό στίβο.
She was third in Balkan Indoor Championship this year. Ariadne Adamopoulou from Greece.
Το περνάει η αθλήτρια του Βασίλη Μεγάλου Οικονόμου. Adamopoulou συνεχίζει ψηλότερα.
Well done for the second in Balkan Championships 2 weeks ago in Turkey. Ariadne Adamopoulou from Greece. And who is next? The athlete from Treviso, Italy. Let's welcome Virginia Scapanzan, 4:33. She has a personal best of 4 meters 45.
Σκαταντάν από την Ιταλία 4-33, πρώτη προσπάθεια. Ένα χειροκρότημα στην προσπάθειά της. Έχει υπερβεί φέτος στα 4-40 και για τοπικό ρεκόρ 4-45. Είναι αποτυχημένη η πρώτη προσπάθεια, καθώς πέρασε την ευθύ γραμμή που είναι πάνω στο στρώμα. Οι αθλητές έχουν 1 λεπτό στη διάθεσή τους μέχρι να κάνουν το άρμα από όταν τους δώσουν το έναυσμα οι κριτές.
The next athlete with the heat of Athenian sun, ladies and gentlemen, he comes from Bradshaw. Look at her with her
And yes, she looks like a superhero, and we love it, right?
with a great blanket to be protected from the Athenian sun. She comes from Switzerland, ladies and gentlemen. Mrs. Leah Bachmann with her own applause. Come on, everybody.
Bachmann από την Ελβετία. Πρώτη προσπάθεια.
Everybody rock on the YouTube.
Pop, 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 we gotta get loud, come on!
Αποτυχημένη πρώτη προσπάθεια για την Bachmann και ετοιμάζεται η Ιταλίδα.
Adesso con la maglia di fiamme gialle, signore e signori, Sonia Malavisi, l'atleta romana.
Παραδείξει λοιπόν στα 4-30.
Φοράει τη φανέλα των fiamme gialle που είναι οι οικονομολόγοι του στρατού της Ιταλίας. Νίκο.
Να και τι μαθαίνουμε.
Κοιτακτοποιούνται οι πρωταθλητές της χώρας της Ιταλίας όπως οι δικοί μας εξώπινες Ιταλίας. Είναι αποτυχημένο το πρώτο άλμα. Ένας αγώνας που μεταδίδεται από την Sport και αναμεταδίδει το site της Ευρωπαϊκής Ομοσπονδίας Τύπου ζωντανά αυτή την ώρα.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live in all the world for the live stream of YouTube of the European Athletics Federation Association. So we are very excited because the signal here in Continental Stadium is spread all over the globe. Make some noise for the next athlete. Ariadne. Okay, Sonia Klekner. Sonia Klekner from Hungary.
Good afternoon and welcome to Fly Athens, the Continental Tour Silver event. We are at the Panathinaikos Stadium in the Greek capital. A very special event this afternoon with 2 world-class competitions in the podium. As you can see, we are underway in the women's competition. There are 10 athletes here, and there will also be 10 athletes coming up later on in the men's competition from 13 countries in all, highlighted of course by the Greek star Emmanuel Corrales, whose family are organising today's competition. It's still early days in the women's competition, the bar currently at 4:33. And so far, as you can see, it is very early days. We have just lost one athlete so far in this women's competition. As we see Ninon Chapelle going clear at 4:33. The one athlete who has bowed out is a Greek athlete, Anastasia Retsa. She had 3 failures at the opening height of 4:13. We'll be waiting the entrance of Holly Bradshaw as well, former Olympic medalist Holly Bradshaw, and indeed here she is. Bang on cue. Holly Bradshaw, this will be her last season, she has said. It hasn't been the best season so far for her, but that is a great start to this competition at 4:33. Holly Bradshaw, personal best of 4:90, that goes back to 2021. Of the European Championships just last week, she no-heighted in qualifying, 3 failures there at the opening height of 4:25. This is the Greek champion, Eleni Claudia Polak. She has a personal best of 4:71 indoors. Her outdoor personal best is 4:70. She'll be a big contender here, the 27-year-old, but that's abort mission there. Back down the runway, she'll have a bit of time. As you can see, second time clearance at 4:23. The bar will be going up in 10 centimeter increments, up to 4:73, and from there on it'll be going up in 5 centimeter increments if anyone is still jumping at that point. But Elena Claudia Polak, and something's certainly not right on that run up. It is very windy in Athens today. It is a warm, hot day in Athens, sunny day, temperatures exceeding 30 degrees. But she'll have 2 more attempts to get over 4:33. Will Polak. As you can see by those flags alongside the Panathinaikos Stadium, it is a very, very windy day, and pole vaulters do not like wind. It tends to interfere with their run-up quite significantly. But this is Demet Parlak, the Turk, 27-year-old. Personal best of 4:33 with the Turkish record. So she's approaching the heights that she is capable of. She's approaching her limits, and can she surpass them in Athens today? National record for Turkey dates back to 2018 when she set that. Here she is at 4:33, and that was so close. Very, very close for Parlak, who is an Athens resident. She lives in Greece. Coached by Manolis Karagiannis. That was a very, very close attempt. That height is certainly there for Demet. Recently joint 3rd she was at the Balkan Championships. Split the gold medal there, or took 2 gold medals, I guess. But yeah, it's still early days, so a few athletes still to get over 4:33. Those who have gone clear include France's Ninon Chapelle, Britain's Holly Bradshaw, Greece's Ariadne Adamopoulou, and Hungary's Hanga Kleckner. But here is Virginia Scardazan, the Italian. 26-year-old, has a personal best of 4:45. Describes herself as a crazy little Italian who landed in the US. And that, of course, is because she attended university over in the US, Washburn University initially. Or actually, secondly, Washburn University in Kansas. Previously, she was at Cal State Northridge. And that was an aborted attempt there for Virginia. She's already been over 4:33 today. But another attempt awaits. And a reminder, still early days in the women's competition, and we're still about 2.5 hours away from the men's competition. This women's competition will be playing out over the next hour, as you can see alongside the stunning Panathinaikos Stadium, a place that really does have so much history. Originally it was a race course built into the natural landscape. Dates back to around 500 BC. So, the bar still at 4:33. This is Lea Bachmann of Switzerland. Her second attempt. She has a personal best of 4:42, but she's been over, that dates back to last year. She jumped that last September. This year she's been over 4:41 just last month in Tomblain. And just last week she was competing at the European Championships in Rome, where she bowed out in qualification, best clearance of 4:40. So 4:33 is certainly within the compass of Bachmann, coached by Wolfgang Adler. And let's see if she can go clear here. Close, but oh, and exactly close enough, because she hit that an almighty wallop on the way over. But I think it'd be very interesting to see the bar cam on that, because I'm pretty sure that bar popped up in the air and landed on the little stanchions. That was a very skilled clearance. Let's have a look at this again. Bachmann. She hit it on the way down, I think, with her torso, and you could see her readying herself for the bar to fall. Look at that. It bounced up about a foot in the air, but managed to land on that little stanchion, that little 2-inch lever that holds the bar in place. She was lucky there, but it's also skill. And she sails over 4:33 at the second time of asking. Next up, it will be Sonia Malavisi, trying to clear 4:33. Officials just getting that bar ready, making sure all is in check, because that was, and you can see there, one side of that bar is relatively flat, the other side is rounded, but it managed to land. The pole vault gods were smiling down on that last attempt. And here indeed is Sonia Malavisi, in the familiar yellow colours of Fiamme Gialle, the powerhouse of Italian athletics. Can she go clear at 4:33? She can. No problems for Sonia Malavisi. She was also competing at the European Championships recently. Cleared 4:40 there, just fell short of making the final. But a good start here. Her season's best is 4:50. At her best, she's been over 4:51. That dates back several years. But Sonia Malavisi, she gave that plenty of air, plenty of height, and she will soon be attempting 4:43. And by the looks of that, she has a very strong chance of clearing it. But yes, we have another clearance, 33. Demet Parlak has sailed over. And that indeed, as you hear the announcer saying, is an equaling of her personal best, 4:33. And the national record for Turkey. So a brilliant effort there by Parlak to get over. Excuse me, that was not Parlak. Parlak is up next, and she will now be taking on 4:33. On her Instagram account, Demet Parlak has, "Look mom, I can fly," in quotes. And if her mother is watching along, she'll be keen to see if her daughter can fly over the Turkish record here of 4:33.
Yes, yes, yes.
So 4:33, this would be a Turkish record, equal the Turkish record. No joy there. I don't think she had the height, but that is a third and final failure for Demet Parlak. She bows out of this competition at 4:33. As you can see there, just her center of gravity in front of the bar, I should say. And when it's coming up there, you're never going to get over. Perhaps, as you can see, the strength of that wind blowing in the background, substantial. So might just be wreaking a bit of havoc with these vaulters.
στον αγώνα μας και εδώ τώρα
So as you can see, Italy's Virginia Scardazan getting the atmosphere going amongst the crowd, and good to see her fellow vaulters joining in here. This is her third and final attempt at 4:33. Studied exercise science and kinesiology over in the States, and still based over there for a large part of the year in Kansas. And she'll be putting everything she learned in the classroom to good effect here to try to clear 4:33 at the third time of asking. She's been over 4:40 already this year. Can she stay in this competition? Yes, she can, and that looked easy. And she is justifiably delighted with that clearance. Is Scardazan, the 26-year-old Italian. And the bar will soon be going up to a season's best of 4:43, and she'll have 3 attempts at that, which is close to her personal best of 4:45. She's from Bradshaw in Italy, 5-time All-American in the NCAA system, and she's not too far away on the quota from getting inside the necessary rankings cut off for the Paris Olympics. So back on the runway, this is Ariadne Adamopoulou of Greece. And her first attempt at 4:43. She'll be one of the favourites for this women's competition, the 23-year-old Greek vaulter, coming off a silver medal at the Balkan Championships just last month in Izmir, Turkey. Also competed just recently at the European Championships in Rome. Cleared 4:40 there. So 4:43 looks very doable for Adamopoulou. So plenty energy, and you can see there is a big tailwind for these vaulters today. Certainly helps them generate more speed on the runway, which tends to help their jump, but also can wreak havoc with how exactly they're planting that pole. And it's also such a control event, the pole vault. It's all very well having the speed, but you need to have the strength and the technical proficiency to control it. So we'll see if Ariadne Adamopoulou can achieve that here. This is her first of 3 attempts at 4:43. 2-time Greek champion. Great speed on the runway, and it's not quite there. But she'll have 2 more goes. Will Adamopoulou? She is just outside the cutoff at the moment. 32 athletes will get to the Olympic Games in Paris, and about half of those will come from the world ranking system. She is currently on the drop-down list, three competitors maximum per country. She is 37th, and as I mentioned at the start of the show, this is a World Athletics Continental Tour silver event, so very good bonus points, ranking points available. And if you can put a good performance score with it, it will do Adamopoulou the world of good in moving into those crucial top 32 positions on the world rankings. The Olympic dream still burns bright for the Greek vaulter. So one of the crowd favourites here, Italy's Virginia Scardazan. Her first attempt at 4:43. As I mentioned, her personal best set last summer, 4:45. The self-described crazy little Italian will be trying to go clear here at the first attempt. Coached by Mario Chiarello. And a great atmosphere alongside the Panathinaikos Stadium. The vaulters here, of course, have the chance to choose their own jumping music, so this song was her choice. And off she goes down the runway. Can Scardazan get over? She can't. Just off center there. You can see that the placement of that pole probably wasn't quite as she wanted it. And she was just angling out to the left as she was going in the air, which obviously cost her a little bit of distance, a little bit of height. And at these levels, it proves critical because she is getting close to her personal best. That would have been a season's best if she cleared it. Her season's best of 4:40, set in Kansas back in April. But back on the runway, it's Leah Blackman. 4:42 is her personal best, so she is going for that lifetime best. As you can see, cleared 4:33 at the second attempt. Her season's best this year is 4:41, so this is certainly within her range. Coached by Wolfgang Adler. Represents the Las Old Boys Basel club in Switzerland. And off Bachmann goes down the runway for the first of 3 attempts at 4:43, and that was close but not close enough. But she'll have 2 more attempts. And a smile of resignation there from Bachmann. So the bar goes back on the stanchion, and the bar remains at 4:33. And next on the runway, it's going to be Sonia Malavisi in the yellow strip of Fiamme, the powerhouse of Italian athletics. So many great athletes have come through that system. Malavisi will be one of the favourites for this, having cleared 4:50 in Barcelona back in May. That's her season's best. She's been over 4:51 in the past. That dates back to 2016. She's 29 now, is Malavisi. This is within her compass. Ooh, it was close. It was so close for Malavisi. But not this time, and I think you can see the frustration on Malavisi's face there. She knows she's able to get over a height like that. She has done it just last month. You can see there almost, again, just in front of the bar, perhaps a little. The center of gravity just a few inches on the runway side of the bar. So a slight adjustment. She certainly had the height. And with some slight adjustments, I'm sure she can get over 4:43. So this is the Hungarian champ, Hanga Kleckner. First attempt at 4:43. She's been over 4:46 at her best. 4:50 this season, Kleckner, and she looks... Yeah, she has got a few nervous moments. Again, she was just going out to her left there, perhaps the wind playing a bit of havoc as well. But she certainly had that height and then some. Kleckner, the 24-year-old, represented Hungary on home turf in Budapest last year at the World Championships. She set her outdoor personal best there of 4:50. Indoors, she's been over 4:56. And you can see by just how much height she had over that bar, even if she came down on it on the way over, something in the 4:50s is certainly possible today. This, however, is Ninon Chapelle of France, the 29-year-old. She went out in qualification at the European Championships in Rome. Oh no, sorry, she made the final and actually finished 9th over there. And she will be one of the favourites here, setting a French record of 4:75 back in 2018. At her best, this will be no problem to her. But well, something amiss there for the 29-year-old French woman, Ninon Chapelle. But she'll have 2 more attempts to set things right. The 5-time French champion. Season's best, 4:50, which she cleared to advance to that European final in Rome just last week. So, Holly Bradshaw, first attempt at 4:43 for the Brit. The Olympic bronze medalist in 2021. Hasn't been her best this year. Can she get over 4:43 here? Yes, she can. And that is a big step forward for Holly Bradshaw. Putting the memory of the European Championships firmly out of her mind, and she'll be keen to forget those. 4:25, she failed three times in Rome just last week. But a 4:43, and as you can see, she gave that plenty of height. Didn't appear to graze the bar on the way over. Holly Bradshaw clear at the first attempt. So Eleni Claudia Polak, her first attempt at 4:43. Didn't quite have it. She's been over 460 already this year, so well within her range, but not this time. She'll have 2 more attempts. Just hitting it with her torso on the way down. But Polak, the 27-year-old who won gold at the Balkan Championships just last month, will have 2 more attempts at 4:43. Ariadne Adamopoulou of Greece, her second attempt at 4:43. As I mentioned, just outside the rankings at the moment for the 32 places available at the Paris Olympics. But a strong performance here would go a long way to helping her cause, but she's not over 4:43 at the second attempt, unfortunately, Adamopoulou. But one more chance for her to go clear. She has been over 4:50 already this year. So she's capable of this, but as I mentioned, that wind may be wreaking havoc with these vaulters. But back on the runway once again, big smiles, getting that crowd going, getting that atmosphere going. It's Virginia Scardanzan, her third and final attempt at 4:43. Can she join the others and go clear? So far, Holly Bradshaw and Hannah Kleckner are the only 2 to go clear at 4:43. I would expect some of the others to join them because there are several other women in this field who've gone over that height in recent months. Virginia Scardanzan. Good to see a great crowd gathered here alongside the Panathinaikos Stadium in Athens. Not this time, unfortunately, for Scardanzan. Left to wonder what went wrong, but good to see her maintaining that upbeat attitude. Yeah, she just hit that on the way up there, did Scardanzan. But up next, it's Leah Bachmann, who you may have heard the public address commentator in the background saying is trying to go for a personal best. 4:42 her personal best, which she cleared in September last year. She's been over 4:41 already this year, and now she wants the 2 centimeters on her season's best and 1 centimeter on her personal best. That's the 11-year-old Swiss vaulter. As I mentioned, the vaulters choose their own music, and she has chosen that Jennifer Lopez song, Let's Get Loud, trying to stir up an atmosphere here to perhaps raise her to new heights. 4:43 is the bar. She cleared 4:40 in qualification at the European Championships in Rome. So I'm certain she'll believe this is very possible, Will Bachmann. So, second attempt for Bachmann at 4:43. It would be a lifetime best. And she pulls the plug midway up the run-up. She will have a bit of time. Just checks the clock and jogs back. There is a red flag there. So perhaps that's it. And indeed, she is timed out. So, Bachmann at least has 1 more attempt at 4:43, but unsuccessful on her second. And she doesn't look pleased with the officials there, who have given her the red flag. But back on the runway, Sonia Malavisi, her second attempt at 4:43, the Fiamme Gialle athlete. Former gymnast from Rome, the base of Fiamme Gialle, that powerhouse athletics club. She was a European under-20 bronze medalist back in 2013. Jumped 4:40 last week in Rome. Can she get over 4:43 here? Malavisi looked to have the height, but just so frustrated with herself there because I think her highest point was not quite where it needed to be.
You'll probably be able to see that better on the camera at the top of the bar. As you can see there, oof, yeah, just maybe a small bit in front of the bar was coming down on top of it. But certainly capable of clearing 4:43 is Sonia Malavisi. She'll have one more attempt with the Italian 29-year-old. Back on the runway, it's Ninon Chapelle. And this is a height she is very much capable of clearing. The French athlete, as I mentioned, 4:75 at her best. Season's best though, 4:50, quite some way down on that. But certainly capable of doing it. She jumped 4:50 in qualification in Rome, then went on to finish 9th in the European final. She's married to Axel Chapelle, a world-class vaulter himself. He was the world under-20 champion back in 2014 and cleared 5:88 as a senior. Ninon is a 5-time French champion, coached by Sébastien Aumont. Reached the World Finals in 2019 and 2022, but all that matters now is that bar and 4:43, and she does not attempt it. Runs through. As I mentioned, it is a significant wind behind these vaulters. It's a hot day in Athens, but it is a very breezy day. And while they want a lot of speed on the runway, it's all about controlling that speed and channeling it into that vertical lift. And something was just a little bit off there for Ninon Chapelle, but she'll have one more attempt at 4:43. Here is Eleni Claudia Polak, her second attempt. And again, similar. We're seeing this a lot for athletes. Just on the run-up, they know something is wrong. They just know it's not if they attempt it. So she will have a bit of time, have a bit of a chance to go again. Will Polak, the Balkan champion this year, and she will have the time to attempt this. Straight back to the runway. Cleared 4:40 at the European Championships in Rome. Wasn't quite enough to make the final there. So Polak, second attempt at 4:43. Can she get it? No. And again, just frustration showing there. Something amiss on that run-up. I won't try to guess what, but she will have one more attempt to set things right. As I mentioned, only 2 athletes so far clear at 4:43. They are Britain's Holly Bradshaw and Hungary's Hanga Klekner. Will have a chance to go again. But it's another Greek athlete on the runway, and it's the third and final attempt for Ariadne Adamopoulou. Can she get over 4:43? Unsuccessful this time. So Adamopoulou bows out of the competition with a third-time failure at 4:43. And she will be disappointed with that. As I mentioned, 37th right now on the drop-down list for Road to Paris via the world rankings, with 32 places on offer at the Games. So this would have been a big opportunity for her as a World Athletics Continental Tour Silver event to try and get some bonus points. But alas, she has to make do with 4:33. Virginia Skardazan is next on the runway for her third and final attempt at 4:33. 4:45 is her best, so she's pushing her limits here. 4:40 is her season's best, and once again stirring up the atmosphere, trying to get that crowd to make as much noise as possible. Get that adrenaline flowing and get her sprinting down the runway, hoping to clear a season's best. Cleared 4:40 over in Kansas, in the United States, back in April. And can the former alumnus of Washburn University in the US in Kansas and Cal State go clear at 4:43? She is 47th on the drop-down list, the Road to Paris World Rankings. This would do her a lot of good on that chase, but again, problems on the runway, perhaps too much speed. Virginia Skardansan bows out with a third time failure at 4:43. And I suspect the wind is really wreaking havoc with a lot of these vaulters' plans and their usual technique. You can see the way those flags are blowing, and it is swirling around. It looks like a crosswind at the moment, which is just about the last thing they want.
She wants to break her personal best. She feels the heat of Athens. She feels the heat of the great public of Athens. Let's make a big round of applause for Leah Bachmann from Switzerland.
And it will be another third and final attempt upcoming for Leah Bachmann of Switzerland. This would be a lifetime best. Her lifetime best of 4:42 was set last September, but she's been over 4:41 just last month, and she cleared 4:40 at the European Championships, finishing 19th overall there, did Bachmann. As I mentioned, just two athletes have gone clear at 4:43. For a lot of these athletes, it would be no problem in calm conditions, but it's not that in Athens today. Leah Bachmann at 4:43, final attempt, and she's got it. A lifetime best for the 27-year-old Swiss vaulter. Brilliantly executed in difficult conditions, and a big smile for the Swiss star. High fives all round. She's coached by Wolfgang Adler. I think that's him alongside there. Straight over with the high five. Her lifetime best before this, 4:42. Dates back to September last year. But Bachmann, brilliant, goes clear. Now can Sonia Malavisi repeat the trick on her third and final attempt at 4:43? The Fiamme Gialli athlete from Italy sprints down the runway. No, she was going left as soon as that pole planted. It was just carrying her out to the left, and that's all lost height in the end. And Sonia Malavisi bows out of this competition, the former European under-20 medalist. You can see there she's almost, by the time she hits the bar, she's almost in line with that left upright. So she would have needed a miracle to go clear there. Not to be today for the Italian. But we are racing through these attempts. This is a third and final attempt for France's Ninon Chapelle. 9th in the European final. She's the best vaulter this year in the field. But can she go clear here? 4:75, she's jumped at her best. She is well within the cutoff on world rankings to secure a place at the Paris Olympics. She standard 4:73, but she does have a place via world rankings. She is 18th out of 32, so she should be safe. Can she go over 4:43 and keep herself in this competition? She can. A few nervous seconds there for Ninon Chapelle. After going clear, she had to have a quick look up at that bar and perhaps say a quick little prayer, but it stayed where it was. We'll get a look at that now. It was close. I think she just gave it a graze with her torso on the way down. She gave it a smack with her legs, it was in fact, on the way up. So getting close to that bar there, but she certainly had the height, and I'm sure there's more height there for Ninon Chapelle. She's cleared 4:50 this year, and she'll have 3 attempts coming up at 4:53. But Eleni Claudio Polak in final attempt. She's cleared 4:60 this year, Balkan champion. Can she clear 4:43? She'll be disappointed not to. She will not have to face that disappointment because she gets it right at her third attempt. She was hugely frustrated after her first two. You can see the relief on her face looking over to her coach. Successfully goes clear. Coached by Manolos Karigiannis and is based in Athens. You see there, down the center this time. No wasted height, no wasted energy. And she didn't so much as graze that bar going over. She's a 4:71 vaulter at her best. That was indoors back in 2020, but she's jumped 4:70 also outdoors. And with that 4:60 to win the Balkan Championships last month, of course 4:43, if she's at her best, shouldn't be an issue. And it turned out not to be in the end for Eleni Claudia Polak. So, with a lifetime best for Leah Bachmann, we now have 5 athletes still in contention as the bar moves up to 453. Those 5 athletes are Holly Bradshaw of Britain, Tanya Kleckner of Hungary, Ninon Chapelle of France, Eleni Claudia Polak of Greece, and Lea Bachmann of Switzerland. Down in 6th place, Ariadne Adamopoulou, and then Sonia Malavisi back in 7th. Both of those clearing 433 at their best today. As I mentioned, this is a World Athletics Continental Tour Silver category event. So good placing points, good bonus points on offer if any of these athletes can produce good jumps and of course beat the competition, which is the whole idea behind that world ranking system, that a lot of the athletes would show up and have to compete against each other. Confirmation there of the 5, the top of your screen, who have advanced to 453, I should say. The bar will now be going to, having cleared 443. And remember, we're just 2 hours away from the men's competition, and that is loaded with quality, featuring the Greek hero Emmanuel Corrales, fresh off his European silver medal. That will be coming up at 6 p.m. CET, so 2 hours from now. But for now, the focus will remain on the women, and Lea Bachmann, who is riding the crest of a wave after that 3rd time clearance at 443. Now, this will be asking a lot, but she's already broken new ground today with that clearance, that lifetime best clearance. Could she possibly go over 453? And add not just 1 centimetre, but 11 centimetres to her lifetime best. It's a big ask for the 27-year-old Swiss vaulter. No. And with a vault that big and that far beyond anything you've ever jumped before, everything truly has to be perfect. And as she consults with her coach, Wolfgang Adler, he'll be giving her the technical feedback she needs about perhaps what needs to be where as she plants that pole. But it's a big, big ask for Lea Bachmann. Either way, she'll be walking away from this happy. She'll finish at worst in 5th place, and she'll have a lifetime best. No joy there for Ariadne Adamopoulou. Her first time attempt. Harriet Kleckner. But she will have 2 more attempts at 453. So, Ninon Chapelle of France, her first attempt at 453. And this would put big pressure on her rivals if she can go clear here, the 29-year-old French woman. She's comfortably within the cutoff for Olympic qualification, sitting 18th on the 3 per country drop-down list for Road to Paris. So assuming all goes well in the weeks ahead, she will secure selection for the Olympic Games. She can certainly make sure of that today and impress the selectors. Her season's best, 450, which she cleared to reach the final in Rome just last week. Can she go to 453 here? No. No joy there for Ninon Chapelle, but 2 more attempts to follow.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see every item of every athlete is monitored by the coach. They control the grip and they give them the when to start.
So 2 failures so far at 453. And now what can Holly Bradshaw do? This would be a season's best for the former Olympic medalist. She has done so much, she has won so much over the years, the 32-year-old Briton, the former gymnast. She has had an amazing pole vaulting career. This, she has said, will be her last season. And in what she says is her last season, she has a best of 450, which she cleared in Germany last month. Can she raise that higher? 453? No. She's won 15 national titles in total, but no joy here for Holly Bradshaw. She is, however, in an Olympic qualification berth at the moment. She does not have the automatic standard, but Holly Bradshaw is 24th on the world rankings. 3 per country, road to Paris, drop down list. As I mentioned, 32 places available. Here, however, is Greece's Eleni Claudia Polak. First attempt at 4:53 for the 27-year-old Greek vaulter. Gold medalist at the Balkan Championships last month with 4:60. She knows she has this within her. Can she find it? No, not on this first attempt. So Eleni Claudia Polak will have 2 more attempts at 4:53. The athlete, who is based in Athens, coached by Manolos Karagiannis. And she is on track. She also does not have the Olympic automatic standard of 4:73, which is beyond her personal bests. However, she is comfortably within the qualification cutoff, sitting 19th at the moment, with 32 places available at the Paris Olympics. So Polak is on her way to Paris, assuming she secures selection for the Greek Federation in the weeks ahead. Just 2 weeks now until that qualification window closes, with the national championships of various countries also less than 2 weeks away. But now, Leah Bachmann back on the runway for her second attempt. As I mentioned, a lifetime best already today for Bachmann. 4:43, adding 1 centimetre to her lifetime best. This is a big ask for the 27-year-old to add a whopping 10 centimetres onto her lifetime best. But she has a breeze behind her. Maybe if she just hits this right, you never know. That was a good attempt. A very good attempt by Bachmann. But it wasn't to be, and I think you can see by her expression there, she thinks that wasn't that far away at all. You can see there, certainly within a few centimetres of having that clearance in her, was Leah Bachmann. And I think she knows she will need a height like that, perhaps a couple of times in the weeks ahead, to move herself up into those top 32 spots and secure a place at the Paris Olympics, which will be the goal for all these vaulters. Big few weeks ahead. But here is the Hungarian champion, Hanya Kleckner. She was in Budapest last year. She will be in Paris this year, I'm sure. And she doesn't quite get it right there on her second attempt at 4:53. But she'll have 1 more attempt. And this is a big competition in and of itself. She'll want to beat her rivals. There's good prize money on offer. But for Hanya Kleckner, she will care a whole lot about what position she finishes in and what height she can clear, because she is just inside the cutoff for Olympic qualification. As I mentioned, when you filter it to 3 per country, 32 places available at the Paris Games, she is currently 29th. So every competition counts, and it counts a lot. But Ninon Chappell has no such worries. She'll be headed to Paris. And the key question now is, can she get over 4:53? She has this in her for sure. Just has to get it right, and she doesn't on that occasion. Smiles. Probably knows what she got wrong on that approach. But she will have 1 more attempt, will a 29-year-old French woman, to go clear at 4:53 and stay in this competition. We still have not had any athlete go clear at 4:53, which means that Holly Bradshaw is currently our leader, having had fewer failures than anyone else up to this point. That was her first failure of the competition at 4:53 on her first attempt. Can the brilliant Holly Bradshaw get this right and clear 4:53? A native of Preston in England, Holly Bradshaw has donned those British colours with such pride at so many championships over the years. This could be the last summer we see them, and she goes clear at 4:53. And a scream of excitement from Holly Bradshaw with a brilliant clearance there. Well done to her. That is a season's best. And of course, she hasn't been her best this season. She cleared 4:90 back in 2021, that summer when she won that Olympic bronze medal so brilliantly. She's won medals at so many other competitions around the world, from world to European level. And she has a final Olympic Games in her sights this summer and is well within the rankings cutoff to get it. But this is Eleni Claudia Polak of Greece. Can she get over it? No. She cannot join Bradshaw at 4:53, at least for now. But she will have one more attempt. Will the Greek vaulter, who is based in Athens? Yeah, didn't have the height there, you can see, and I think halfway up to that bar, I think she just pulled the plug on that attempt, knowing it wasn't going to be there. These vaulters know their event, they know their body so intimately that they can feel it's a mechanism they've drilled thousands, tens of thousands of times in their career. And as soon as they launch up on that pole, if something is amiss, they know it. And she certainly knew it there. But this is Leah Bachmann, her third attempt. As I mentioned, a lifetime best regardless, so she will walk away from this competition with a big smile on her face no matter what happens with her clearance, her third time clearance at 4:43. Can she produce more heroics? This is a big ask for the Swiss vaulter, but she's had a great day so far. Can she do it? No. Hits it with her feet. Shows the great gymnastic ability of pole vaulters there by landing directly on her feet. And a smile. Bit of frustration, but it's been a brilliant day for the Swiss vaulter with a lifetime best. And yeah, that wasn't going to be close. Her second attempt, though, was very close. Only maybe 2 or 3 centimeters away from clearing 4:53, so I think she knows a height in the 450s is possible for Leah Bachmann if she can just get it all right. And there is the star of the show today, and one of the chief organisers of the Fly Athens meeting, Emmanuel Corrales, coming off that brilliant European silver medal and is third in the world this year. But back to the women's event, because Hanna Kleckner is on the runway for her third and final attempt at 4:53. Can she join Bradshaw? It's close, but not close enough. Frustration there for the Hungarian champion. She would have loved to have cleared that, because it will be a nervous few weeks for her. As I mentioned, currently 29th on the road to Paris drop-down list with 32 places available. Athletes will be watching that like hawks over the weeks ahead, hoping no one overtakes them and bumps them out of that qualification position. As I mentioned, 4:73 is the automatic standard. She does not have that, but she should secure a place at the game. Now, can Ninon Chappelle put it up to Holly Bradshaw and join her in clearing 4:53? .450 her season's best. She will need to find one now to join Bradshaw. And it was close, but didn't quite have it. Chappelle, the 29-year-old French vaulter. She will have to settle for a clearance of 4:43 on the day. And she stays in third place at the moment, behind Kleckner and Bradshaw. Which means that only one vaulter now is capable of beating Holly Bradshaw. And that is the Greek star, Eleni Claudia Polak. Cleared 4:60 to win the Balkan Championships last month. She knows if she gets it right, she can clear 4:53. If she doesn't, the title is Bradshaw's. No, not quite. And I think you could see on the way up there, just didn't quite have the momentum. So Polak has to make do with fourth place and a best clearance of 4:43. She misses out on second place on countback to Hanna Kleckner will take second. And then Ninon Chappelle will take third. So our winner at the Fly Athens pole vault meet is Holly Bradshaw. Will she put the bar up further? We'll find out soon enough. There is confirmation of the results. I would suspect that Holly Bradshaw, with so much on the horizon, less than 2 weeks until her own national championships, only 6 weeks until the athletics is underway, less than 6 weeks now at the Paris Olympics. I would suspect that Holly Bradshaw may take her season's best may take the bonus points, the generous bonus points that are on offer here, and call it a day. But that bar is still up, and we were due to have it sent up to 463, and indeed it is being sent up to 463 by Holly Bradshaw, as we hear Eleni Claudia Polak being interviewed there in the background. I won't pretend to know what she was saying, my Greek is not fantastic. But the bar is at 463, and Holly Bradshaw has already cleared a season's best of 453. Can she do this? She's certainly going in the right direction at the right time, and is putting that disappointment of the European Championships, where she no-heighted. Failed 3 times at 425. She's making that a very distant memory here, and getting back to winning ways is Holly Bradshaw. She hurt her back in warm-up at the European Championships, which explained that no height, but she certainly looks back to full health here. 463 first attempt for Holly Bradshaw, no joy there. She'll have 2 more chances to get that. And as I mentioned, she is 24th currently on the world rankings quota drop-down list, and she'll be very keen to improve that position, just to make sure she can impress the British selectors, consider herself a contender in Paris, and secure a place at another Olympic Games. Olympic bronze medalist, of course, in 2021. Won a world indoor bronze medal all the way back in 2012. And she has a full set of medals from the European Indoor Championships, does Bradshaw. Gold, silver and bronze. Manuel Corrales there. He's in socializing mode for now, but he's also in warm-up mode, because in about 40 minutes time that men's competition will be getting underway. And having played such a key part in organising this, Corrales will then be stepping up on the runway and being one of the stars of the show. His mother and father heavily involved as well in the organisation of this. And it is a really wonderful competition. Staged in Olympia, Greece. This was the last 2 years, this competition. It was called Fly Olympia. This year it's called the Fly Athens, and what a stunning setting for it, alongside the Panathinaikos Stadium.
As you can see, we have many coaches and athletes that we are ready for the men's.
And it is a big collaboration to put on an event like this between the municipality of Athens and the Olympiakos Club, with input from World Athletics, the Hellenic Olympic Committee, and the Hellenic Athletics Federation, and indeed the Ministry of Culture. They've all made it happen. And that man in your shot in the black Puma tracksuit has also made it happen. And he will be one of the stars of the show, I have no doubt here today. He will want to win on home soil. He finished second last year in Olympia in this event. And now back in Athens, he will want to underline his medal winning potential at the Paris Olympics on home soil in front of a home crowd. Such potential Emmanuel Corrales has to win an Olympic medal. That 5:87 Greek record he cleared in Rome just last week. This year, behind Sam Kendricks of the United States, who cleared 4:90. And of course, the peerless Mondo Duplantis with his world record of 6:24. But back on the runway, Holly Bradshaw. Enjoy her while she's around, because this, she says, will be her final season pole vaulting, and what an amazing career it's been. Season's best already today. She improved that from 450 to 453. Can she improve it to 463? No. Not this time, but she'll have one more attempt with Holly Bradshaw. Regardless of what happens here, it's been a good day at the office. Good day on the runway for Holly Bradshaw. Coached by Scott Simpson. And I know Dan Path also has a major role. The former gymnast. She's been to 3 Olympics already. 2012, she was 6th on home soil in London. 2016, she was 5th in the pole vault final. And finally, in 2021 in Tokyo, she got that much deserved, much prized Olympic medal. Bronze there. All the way back in 2010, 14 years ago now, she was a world under 20 bronze medalist, was Bradshaw. And in her final season, what we expect anyway to be her final season, she's currently going in the right direction. Can she possibly get up into those 460s? She'd be delighted to walk away from it with a season's best 463 today. To be in the contention, to be in the medal conversation in the women's pole vault these days, it really have to be getting up over 475, up into the 480s perhaps. Bradshaw has been there plenty of times. Most famously, of course, she's been in up and over 490 back in 2021, the summer she won an Olympic bronze medal. But she set a season's best here today, 453. So regardless, the victory and a season's best, she'll be flying home quite content with her work, with 2 weeks until the national championships, and then about 6 weeks until she'll compete at the Olympics. 15 national titles Holly Bradshaw has. Of course, very difficult to make that a 16th, given the presence of Molly Caudry these days, who's also coached by Scott Simpson. They know each other well, and Bradshaw, to her eternal credit, she's one of the most likeable athletes you could come across in the circuit. So modest, so down to earth, despite all that she's achieved. She said recently in Rome that, she feels like she's passing the baton to Molly Caudry, and that the future is hers to keep up that brilliant tradition for British pole vaulting. And she has flown the flag with such pride for so long, and she'll be missed from the circuit next year, not just by the fans, but all the people, all of her rivals. Really is one of the most likeable athletes you'd come across, Holly Bradshaw. And she's just taking a rest, just gathering herself for this third and final attempt at 463. And we're a little over 30 minutes away from the men's competition. That will be next up. And what a men's competition it will be, with Piotr Lisek of Poland, who has too many medals to mention. We can focus on them later, going up against Ben Broders and, of course, Emmanuel Corrales. Lots of other strong athletes in there as well. But our women's champion today at the Fly Athens Pole Vault Meet, a World Athletics Continental Tour silver event, is Holly Bradshaw of Britain. The 32-year-old vaulter in her final season of pole vaulting. On the runway, already has a season's best today. Can she improve that from 453 up to 463? Holly Bradshaw, third and final attempt at 463. Not to be today. There is frustration, there is sadness, that is inevitable. It's unfortunate that in the vertical jumps, it always ends in failure. Unless, of course, you go and set a world record. But Holly Bradshaw today looks a bit despondent, but I think when she walks away from this, she'll know it has been a step forward. And that will solidify her position, certainly to receive an invite to the Paris Olympics, her 4th Olympic Games. And assuming the British Federation accept it, we will be seeing her compete in Paris at a 4th Olympic Games this summer. Holly Bradshaw, 453, takes victory with a season's best. Second place goes to Hannah Kleckner with 443, who edges Ninon Chappelle on countback, also over 443. Great to hear from Holly Bradshaw there. You can sense the disappointment and how keen she was to get over 463 and to try to impress the selectors and ensure her place at the Paris Games. Who knows, that may well be hanging in the balance in the weeks ahead, but she will have other opportunities. And of course, building up on championships. They'll be held in Britain on the 29th and 30th of June, as they will be in most countries. Of course, over in the United States, they have a much more prolonged national championships that will be getting underway next week. One of the great events in the sport, those US trials with just the top three in each event. Uses, if you're not top three, you do not go to the games. Well, at least in events where there are at least 3 Americans qualified. But Holly Bradshaw, it's a victory today, and it's a season's best of 4:53. What a great event it has been in Fly Athens. And of course, Greece has one of the greats of the modern era in pole vaulting, in Katerina Stefanidi, who became the first vaulter ever to win 5 European medals just last week. Silver in 2014, gold in 2018, gold in 2016, and then 2 silvers at the last editions, 2022 in Munich and 2024 in Rome. Kat Stefanidi, one of not just the athletic greats of Greece, but the sporting greats. Unfortunately, wasn't competing here today. She's back to work with a view on the Paris Olympics and the 2016 Olympic champion, and indeed 2017 world champion, showed she's well on track for another medal showing by winning silver last week in Rome. Greek athletics very much riding the crest of a wave. Miltiadis Tintoglu with an 865 jump, which remarkably he actually jumped twice in a row with the exact same win readings on that elevated runway at the European Championships in Rome. But yeah, Tintoglu just almost unbeatable these days in the long jump. Tends to be that if someone jumps 850, he'll jump 851. If someone jumps 860, he'll jump 862. He always seems to find a way, does Miltiadis Tintoglu, very much the gold medal favourite for Greece as we count down towards the Paris Olympics. So we are about 30 minutes away right now from the men's competition. I will soon take a quick break, and then I'll read that's coming up at 6 p.m. Sorry, that's coming up at 7 p.m. local time, so 6 p.m. Central European time. And just to tee that up, it features Emmanuel Corrales, the Greek star, who cleared the Greek record of 587 just last week to win silver medal behind Mondo Duplantis. He already, of course, has the Olympic standard for the Paris Olympics. And a lot of people in Athens today will be awaiting the appearance of Emmanuel Corrales. What can he clear on home turf? But it's not going to have it all his own way, because Piotr Lisek is also in the competition, and he will be tough to beat with the pole. He's cleared 582 already this year, just last month on home turf in Poland. And just last week he was just behind Corrales, clearing 575 for 6th place in the European final. Also in there is Belgium's Ben Broders. He cleared 582 at the Diamond League in China earlier on this year. The 9-time Belgian champion, 585 vaulter at his best. And there's another couple of 575 men in the field in Baptiste Thierry of France and Huang Bokai of China. So that men's competition will be coming up, as I mentioned, at 7 p.m. local time in Greece, which is 6 p.m. Central European time. Or for those further over in Britain or Ireland, that's 5 p.m. So we're 90 minutes away from the men's competition Please do rejoin us then. I'll take a quick break. You can follow the stream as some of the presentations are ongoing. And I'll be back at 6 p.m. CET or shortly before to tee up what should be an amazing men's competition at the Fly Athens meet in Greece. See you then.
Έχουμε αγαπητοί φίλοι αρκετό χρόνο μέχρι να αρχίσει το πρώτο αγώνισμα. Σύντομα θα δούμε τους αθλητές να κάνουν δοκιμαστικά. Και έχω μαζί μου μια πολύ καλή Ιταλίδα, την Virginia Scartazzan, που μας έρχεται από την πόλη Treviso. Ma Virginia, io essendo in questa rampa comincio a sentire come un atleta di salto con asta. Io non ho mai la mia vita toccato un'asta, però
Χριστόβουλου να έρθει στον χώρο των απονομών. γιατί θα έχουμε προσφωνήσεις και καλείται το μέλος της Ελληνικής Ολυμπιακής Επιτροπής, κύριος Κωστής Λιαρωμάτης, για το χαιρετισμό του.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now we have a speech by the member of the Greek Olympic Committee, Mr. Kostis Liaromatis.
Καλησπέρα. Καταρχάς θα θέλαμε να δώσουμε συγχαρητήρια στον αγαπημένο Μανόλο της Ελλάδος για την εξαιρετική επιτυχία που έκανε πρόσφατα. Να του ευχηθούμε καλή επιτυχία και στο Παρίσι
να κηρύξει την έναρξη των αγώνων.
Announcement of commencement of the main competition by Greek Minister of Sport, Mr. Yannis Vroutsis.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, κύριε Δήμαρχε της Αθήνας, κύριε Πρόεδρε της Ελληνικής Ολυμπιακής Επιτροπής, κυρία Πρόεδρε του ΣΕΓΑΣ, με σεβασμό προς εσάς κύριε Παπα-Νικολάου για τις ωραίες στιγμές που νιώσαμε, που σηκώσατε ψηλά την ελληνική σημαία, φίλες και φίλοι, θέλω να μεταφερθούμε λίγες μέρες πριν. Να θυμηθούμε εκείνη τη στιγμή που είδαμε τον Μανώλη τον Καραλή να παίρνει το κοντάρι και με ψυχή λιονταριού να περνάει πάνω από κάθε ύψος που ο ίδιος είχε ως εμπόδιο και όριό του. Και να το βλέπουμε να βάζει δίπλα στο εθνόσημο το ασημένιο μετάλλιο. Εκείνη η μοναδική στιγμή της συγκίνησης, της χαράς, της τιμής είναι η στιγμή του αθλητισμού. Είναι η ομορφιά. Γι' αυτό, Μανώλη, σε ευχαριστούμε μέσα από την καρδιά μας. Ευχαριστούμε και εσένα και όλους τους συντελεστές που αποφάσισαν να πάρουν αυτή την ωραία πρωτοβουλία. Να κάνουμε αυτό το διεθνές ωραίο meeting με παγκόσμιους αθλητές. Να ζήσουμε εδώ σε ένα μέρος ιδιαίτερο αυτές τις στιγμές που θα δούμε σε λίγο. Αλλά και κάτι ακόμα σημαντικό. Η επιλογή του Μανώλη και των συνεργατών του να γίνει εδώ, στο Καλιμάρμαρο, σήμερα αυτός ο διεθνής αγώνας. Τη χρονιά των Ολυμπιακών Αγώνων πρέπει σε όλες και σε όλους στο μυαλό μας να έχουμε κάτι ιστορικό, κάτι μοναδικό, που για μας τους Έλληνες πρέπει να είναι πάρα πολύ ψηλά. Σε αυτόν εδώ τον ιερό τόπο του Καλιμάρμαρου. Το 1896 ξαναγεννήθηκαν οι Ολυμπιακοί Αγώνες. Και για μας τους Έλληνες είναι μια μεγάλη τιμή ιστορική που πρέπει να μας κάνει ιδιαίτερα περήφανους για αυτό που είμαστε, για την καταγωγή μας, για την ιστορία μας. Γιατί σε αυτόν εδώ τον τόπο, την πατρίδα μας στην Ελλάδα, γεννήθηκαν οι Ολυμπιακοί Αγώνες. Είμαστε περήφανοι λοιπόν για την καταγωγή μας, την ιστορία μας, που οι Ολυμπιακοί Αγώνες έχουν ταυτότητα ελληνική, γιατί γεννήθηκαν στην Ελλάδα. Και όπως και ο αθλητισμός, από τη λέξη άθλος. Όλα αυτά συνθέτουν τη μαγική εικόνα του αθλητισμού και τη σημερινή εικόνα, που σε λίγο θα δούμε τα παιδιά να κάνουν τις προσπάθειές τους. Συγχαρητήρια σε όλες και σε όλους. Ο αθλητισμός ενώνει, ο αθλητισμός δεν γκρεμίζει, χτίζει γέφυρες στον κόσμο, ο αθλητισμός ενώνει τους λαούς, ο αθλητισμός δεν έχει κομματικό ιδεολογικό πρόσημο, ο αθλητισμός είναι μια μεγάλη αγκαλιά που ενώνει και κάνει πιο ωραίο τον κόσμο. Συγχαρητήρια, κηρύσω την έναρξη των αγώνων. Πολλά συγχαρητήρια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Παρουσιάζουμε τους αθλητές που παίρνουν μέρος σε αυτόν τον αγώνα στο Fly Athens και από τη Σαουδική Αραβία, ο τρίτος στους Πανασιατικούς Αγώνες πέρσι.
Presentation of the athletes from Saudi Arabia, third in Asian Games last year, Hussein Asim Al-Kizamba.
Ένα δυνατό χειροκρότημα!
Από την Πολωνία, ο τρίτος στο πρωτάθλημα κλειστού στίχου της χώρας του.
From Poland, he was third in National Indoor Championships this year, Philip Kempsey.
Πάμε δυνατά, πάμε δυνατά!
Από την Ελλάδα, ο πρώτος Βαλκανιώτης κλειστού στίχου και τρίτος στους Μεσογειακούς Αγώνες.
From Greece, third in the Mediterranean Championships, Yannis Vroutsis.
Yes!
Από τη Φιλανδία, ο πρώτος στην Πανεπιστημιάδα πέρσι.
From Finland, he was first in the World University Games last year, Urho Kukenba.
Come on!
Από τη Γαλλία, ο παγκόσμιος πρωταθλητής εφήβων το 2022.
From France, he was a World Junior Champion by 2022, Anthony Amirati.
Δυνατό χειροκρότημα, come on!
Από την Κίνα, ο στο Παγκόσμιο Πρωτάθλημα της Βουδαπέστης το 2023.
From China, he was sixth in the World Championship last year in Budapest.
Από τη Γαλλία, ο ένατος στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πρωτάθλημα που έγινε στη Ρώμη.
He was second in European Under-18 Championships back in 2018 from France, GRE.
Let's go.
Από το Βέλγιο, ο πρωταθλητής Ευρώπης νέων, πέρσι και έβδομος στο Παγκόσμιο Πρωτάθλημα της Βουδαπέστης.
From Belgium, he was a European Under-18 champion last year, Bradshaw.
Good evening and welcome to Athens for the Fly Athens Street Pole Vault event, a World Athletics Continental Tour silver meet. We are just midway through the introductions for the men's event, and we're going in reverse order in terms of accomplishments, and we're counting down to, well, there's the second last among them, Piotr Lisek of Poland, one of the stars on show. And of course, this being Athens, this man assumes the last position, the one so many have come out to see, none other than Greece's national hero, a star of pole vaulting, and a recently minted European silver medalist, Emanuel Karelis. He thought about the somersault, didn't he? But he said, nah, maybe save that for afterwards. But the 24-year-old, one of the rising stars of Greek athletics, well, rising stars, he's already risen. He is very much up there in the top bracket of global pole vaulting, with that 5.87 Greek record recently to win silver at the European Championships. Emanuel Karelis, he is one of the organisers of this event. His family, his mother and father, also deeply involved in this street pole vault meeting. It was the Fly Olympia meet for the last couple of years. Now in its third year, this street pole vault edition, it's Fly Athens, back in the Greek capital. And no better place to be alongside the famed, the historic Panathinaika Stadium. There it is in the background. And there are, well, the first 8 athletes of the 10 strong field. We've already had one competition this afternoon. That was the women's. And that field was led by Holly Bradshaw, the Great Britain, the Olympic bronze medalist in Tokyo. She took victory with 4.53 ahead of Hungary's Hanga Kleckner with 4.43. She edged France's Ninon Chapelle to second place on countback. Chapelle also going over 4.33. As you can see, the weather, the conditions, the temperatures at least are ideal for pole vaulting. Temperatures in the low 30s. The winds, not so much. You can see the flags there in the background, the Greek flags blowing quite strongly. Not ideal for pole vaulters who are so precise with their run-up. It wreaked a bit of havoc earlier as the women were trying to get used to those conditions on the run-up. There was lots of aborted attempts. But in the end, Holly Bradshaw walked away with a season's best. The experienced 32-year-old Briton certainly handled them very well. And we'll see how these men get on in this stunning setting alongside the famed Panathinaik Stadium. These days that has a capacity of about 50,000 seats, but it dates back to 400 BC. Used to be a race course back in the day, and it's been used. Anyone old enough, as I sadly am, to remember the 2004 Olympics will remember that the marathon finished there. Famously, Stefano Baldini taking gold. But anyway, we're straight into action here. And from Saudi Arabia, this is Hussein Asim Al-Hizam. Opening height in the men's is going to be 5.22, and then we're going to go up in, well, we're going to jump straight to 5.42. After that, it'll be 10 centimeter increments going up to 5.72, and after that, it'll be 5 centimeter increments. So, 5.22, the opening height, and it is an issue for Al-Hizam. His season's best is 5.57. Back in 2018, he was the NCAA indoor champion, coached by the great Vitaly Petrov, who any pole vault buff will know, guided the careers of the likes of Sergei Bubka, Yelena Isinbayeva, in more recent years, Thiago Braz of Brazil, and Ernest Obiena of the Philippines. The man knows a lot about pole vaulting, and Al-Hizam is in good hands. The Saudi Arabian vaulter, the 26-year-old, personal best of 5.70 he has. Next up, it's a Pole. It's Filip Kimski, the 21-year-old. He has a best of 5:41, which he set indoors this year, so he's capable of this, but outdoor personal best not quite as high, 5:25, so he might have some difficulty at this opening height of 5:22. A lot of the other big contenders today, the likes of Emanuel Corellis, the likes of Belgium's Ben Broders, and Poland's Piotr Lisek, we'll expect to see them come in a bit later. But at the moment, the bar is at 5:22. So, Filip Kimski. Can he get over this? He cannot. Knocks it off with his feet or his lower legs. It's a first time failure for Kimski, but he'll have 2 more attempts at 5:22. As I mentioned, his outdoor personal best 5:25, but having jumped indoor 5:41 this year, he'll certainly feel he has that height in him. As you can see, he probably had that height there if the center of gravity was in the right position. Not quite on this occasion. So, a first time failure for him. Next up, it's going to be Yanis Rissos of Greece. And can he be inspired on home turf to a big clearance here, the 24-year-old? Personal best of 5:60. Season's best of 5:55, so you would imagine, if things go right, 5:22 shouldn't be a big issue for Rissos. But the wind, yeah, commentators curse here, but the wind has played a bit of havoc earlier on with the ladies. A lot of them were quite frustrated, but it takes a bit of getting used to the thing pulling wind, and unfortunately they have it tonight. Although you can see in the background there, those flags have started to just die down a bit. The evening time conditions just after 7 p.m. now, but yeah, it's kicking up and then lying down the wind, but it's not ideal. But they will be pleased at least with the good conditions, the warm temperatures, if nothing else. First attempt at 5:22 for Urho Kujanpa of Finland. 27-year-old will have eyes on a place at the Paris Olympics this summer. 5:82 is the automatic standard for the pole vault for the Olympics. He does not have that. However, he is currently 28th in the drop-down list, with the top 32 set to make Paris via the world rankings. Kujanpa, 27-year-old, he's jumped 5:70 outdoors at his best. Sorry, that was indoors. Outdoors, his best is 5:65. That dates back to 2021. And his season's best outdoors so far is 5:57, which he jumped last month in Railingen. Can he get over 5:22 at the first attempt? He can. No problems there for Kujanpa. Sails clear and a good confidence booster for the 8-time Finnish champion. That's counting indoors and outdoors, of course. He competed in Budapest last year, did Kujanpa at the World Championships. He no-heighted there. So on the path to Paris, he'll be hoping for better fortune this year, the 27-year-old. So Kujanpa goes clear, and there's only a few vaulters competing at 5:22. One of them is Al Hizam of Saudi Arabia. This is his second attempt. Can he get it right here? Yes, he can. Sails clear. No issues. The wind just making things a little bit tricky. They'll have done plenty of warm-up jumps, but takes a bit of getting used to. And he goes clear. 5:57 is Al Hizam's season's best, and a very comfortable clearance there at 5:22. He had the height and then some, and then a lot more. Al Hizam goes clear at 5:22. So I think it will be Filip Kimski of Poland who should be on the run-up next for his second attempt. Good crowd turned out alongside the Panathinaikos Stadium. And Emanuel Corellis, he's had a big role here as one of the organisers, along with his family. But now it's his turn to be the star of the show. And indeed, here is Kemsky for his second attempt at 5:22. As you'll have heard the announcer say, won bronze at the Polish Indoor Championships earlier this year. Cleared 5:41 indoors. Best so far, though, outdoors in any year of 5:25. So this is stretching the limits, 5:22, of what he's done outdoors. Can Kemsky get it at the second attempt? He cannot. And again, just his shins knocking that off. So he's not quite at his best, but Kemsky will have one more attempt to get over the opening height of 5:22. Yeah, you just see it. It was his thigh there, really. Hit it on the way up. Perhaps a little bit too close to the bar. Yanis Rissos steps up onto the runway for his second attempt. His personal best is 5:60. That dates back 2 years. He's been over 5:55 already this season. Recently won silver at the Balkan Champs, but he had a bad experience at the European Championships in Rome. He no-heighted there just last week. So Rissos waits on home turf in Athens. Looks like he's playing piano on that pole at the moment. Just passing the time until that bar is reset and he gets clearance to take off down the runway. Generally for the women's event earlier, it was tailwinds they were experiencing, but slight crosswinds as well. So these vaulters will certainly, you can see the flags there in the background. They are blowing behind the athletes. So they'll certainly have no problem generating enough speed on that runway. And often those elevated runways, as we saw at the European Championships just last week, certainly to the benefit of many horizontal jumpers. Let's see how they are for the vertical jumpers. Rissos' second attempt, no doubts there. He cleared that like a man who has cleared 5:60 in the past. Soars over with lots of room to spare at 5:22 for Rissos. So it's still early days in this competition. We won't see the likes of Ben Broders, Piotr Lisek and Emmanuel Corrales step in until the later heights. We'll go from 5:22 straight to 5:42, and then we'll progress in 10 centimeter increments up to 5:72. After that, it'll go to 5:77 and 5:82. Of course, if we have anyone still standing at that point. But let's not forget Emmanuel Corrales with that 5:87 Greek record to win silver in Rome. And the likes of Lisek cleared 5:82 already this season. And Ben Broders as well with that 5:82 clearance at the Suzhou Diamond League in April. Lisek, Corrales and Broders all squared off in that European final against the peerless Mondo Duplantis. Broders finished 13th there. Lisek was 6th. And Corrales, as any fan of Greek athletics or indeed the pole vault will know, soared to a silver medal with that brilliant clearance at 5:87. But for now, the bar is at 5:22, and it's now or never for Filip Kemsky. First two attempts, just brushed it with his feet on the way up. Can he make the necessary adjustments and go clear at the third time of asking for Filip Kemsky? He does. Brilliant, and a big smile on his face, and deservedly so. A great start to this competition for him. 5:25, his season's best, or his outdoor personal best, I should say. So he's already knocking on the door of that, and he certainly will at the next height. And the next height will be 5:42. He, at his best, has cleared 5:41. So the 21-year-old Pole will be going into uncharted waters here if he can clear the next height. So Kemsky, Rissos and Al-Hazim and indeed Kuyenpa have all gone clear at 5:22. And we'll just have a brief pause. Officials will be moving that bar on up to 5:42. And things will be getting, we won't say fully serious, but a little bit more serious. And some of the big guns, I've no doubt, will be entering the competition, perhaps 5:42 or 5:52. There in the background is that wonderful Panathinaikos Stadium. Used, of course, in the first modern Olympics in 1896. 4 of the 9 sports that were contested at the 1896 Olympics were held in that magnificent arena. The only stadium in the world that's built entirely of marble. It is a modern wonder and well worth a visit for anyone who goes to Athens. So, on we go to 5:42, and Hussein Al-Azim, first attempt at 5:42. Has this within his compass. He's cleared 5:57 already this season. Former NCAA indoor champion, first attempt at 5:42. And he doesn't get it. Again, it looked to be on the way up with his lower legs that just knocked that bar off. But he'll have 2 more attempts to set things right. Coached, of course, by Vitaly Petrov, who is one of the godfathers of pole vault coaching, having led so many greats, coaches a number of athletes. He's not in Athens this evening, but I'm sure he'll be watching on with interest as a number of his proteges face a key staging post on the path to the Paris Olympics. And just on that point, Al-Azim is currently 25th on the world rankings when they're filtered by 3 per country. He does not have the automatic standard. That's a very high 582. However, the top 32 at the end of June who are on that drop-down list will earn a spot at the Paris Games, and Al-Azim will be very much hoping to represent the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the Paris Olympics, and he's currently in a great position, being 25th. But tonight, of course, this is a World Athletics Continental Tour silver event, so there's good bonus points on offer. But it's all about clearing those heights and beating the men alongside you. So, Filip Kemski, his first attempt at 5:2. As I mentioned, his personal best set indoors earlier this year at 5:41. And we do count indoor personal bests essentially as outdoor personal bests for these vaulters. Can he clear a lifetime best? No, and I think he knew probably before that pole was planted something was off, and he aborted mission very quickly as soon as he set off into the air. No point wasting energy. It is a very explosive movement. It's a difficult movement. It takes a lot of strength, a lot of power to push yourself off that bar and hoist yourself in the air. So as soon as it wasn't happening, as soon as something was imperfect about that jump, Filip Kemski probably wisely just said, no thanks, I'll have another couple of goes. Yanis Rissos, back on the runway, on home turf. Silver medalist at the Balkan Championships, first attempt at 5:42. Not successful on this occasion. It's a failure, and he is understandably frustrated about that. He's been over 5:55 already this year, and he'll be keen to make amends, and he will have a chance to make amends with 2 more attempts to come. Yeah, just hit it on the way up. Perhaps a little bit too close to that bar. Just brushed it with his torso. So, next up on the runway, it's going to be Urho Kujanpa of Finland. He was perfect, unsurprisingly, over the opening height of 5:22. He is, after all, a 5:70 vaulter. Did that in Tampere on home turf back in January, indoors. Outdoors, he's cleared 5:65 at his best. That dates back to 2021. And he is the reigning World University Games champion. Finland, one of the great hotbeds of global athletics, especially in field events. Can Kujanpa go clear? No. And he knew something was off. You can see how strong that wind is blown by that flag alongside the mat. Always makes things tricky for these vaulters. So he'll have 2 more attempts, will Kujanpa, to get over 5:42. So 4 men involved so far at this height. And we can add a 5th. And Huang Bokai is coming in at quite an early height for a man of his stature. He's been over 5'72" already this year, the Chinese vaulter. That was at the Xiamen Diamond League on home turf in China back in April. Recently cleared 5'63" in Nanjing. So 5'42", no. And again, I think that's why that wind is probably a big factor why Huang decided to come in a little bit earlier. Just probably get a bit used to these conditions, feel things out. As you can see, yeah, just didn't really have the height at all there. So that was never going to be a clearance for the 27-year-old Chinese vaulter. 6th last year in the World Final in Budapest, and I'm sure he'll have ambitions of an Olympic medal this year. As will this man on home turf. A big opportunity waits for any French vaulter, any French athlete, full stop this year. This is Baptiste Thierry, his opening vault at 5'42". He really is a rising star, French pole vaulting, French athletics, full stop. 22 years old, he's been over 5'75" already. Recently finished 9th in the European final in Rome. Background as a decathlete. And I think in recent years he's realised he's an even better vaulter than he is a decathlete. But he's an 8,000 point decathlete. Can he go over 5'42"? First attempt for Thierry. No. But 2 more attempts await the young French athlete, who was born in Lille but grew up in Martinique in the Caribbean, competing for that club. Yeah, just again, the feet hitting it on the way up there, never really had the height. Will perhaps just need to make the necessary adjustments. As you can see by the flags in the very background there, by the stadium, it's gotten a little bit calmer here. Now, this is one of the big contenders, not just in this competition, but at global level, in the men's pole vault. There is Mondo Duplantis, and then there is everyone else scrapping for the silver and bronze, typically. And this man is very much one of them in recent years. Ben Broeders of Belgium. 5'85", his best, the Belgian record. 5'42" here. Should be a piece of cake if he's at his best. And of course it is for Ben Broeders. Claps himself and draws many claps from an appreciative crowd here. And it's a good crowd who have surrounded this arena. No issues there for Ben Broeders. He's been over 5'82", and you can see that arc. Beautiful arc it is as he goes over that bar. He had significant distance to spare there. Cleared 5'82" at the Suzhou Diamond League back in April. And he'll be moving on up. We'll next be seeing him at 5'52". Coached by none other than Helena Duplantis. And if the surname sounds familiar, she's the mother of Mondo. So, Al Azim steps up. 5'42" in front of him. Had one failure. Can he set things right here? Yes, he can. I think he was celebrating pretty much as he went over that bar. Vaulters, they've drilled this mechanism a million times, or certainly tens of thousands of times in their career. They know when it feels right, and clearly for Al Hizam, it felt right there. You can see celebrations began pretty much at that point. Over the bar with certainly room to spare. Back in 2018, he was the NCAA indoor champion, but Asian Games medals in recent years for Al Hizam. Bronze at the Asian Games last year, silver at the Asian Championships. And now it's the youngster, Filip Kemski. .541, his best. Can he go clear at 5'42"? 21-year-old Pole steps up on his second attempt. No. Unsuccessful. But he'll have another chance. At 5'42" will Filip Kemski. Yeah, just you can see he really drifted over towards that left hand upright. And that is distance, that is height given away when your arc is that far over to the side. And for Philip Kimski, as a guy with a lifetime best of 5:41 to clear 5:42, no doubt it's within his compass, especially at his age, given he's on the progression. But things would need to be perfect to do it. This is Yanis Rissos. His second attempt at 5:42. He's been over 5:55 already this season. He has this within his range if he gets it right. And he does. And the Greek crowd is loving that. Rissos soars clear. And having no heighted at the recent European Championships in Rome. That's a nice way to put that memory deep in the rearview mirror. Yanis Rissos goes clear at 5:42 and very much keeps himself in the mix with some of the big guns of global pole vaulting here. Many of whom, and wow, he really did give that a lot of height. He did knock the bar as he went over, but if you look at the arc his body created over that, the high point was significantly over that bar, which perhaps you might expect for a man who's cleared 5:60 at his best. So, Urho Kuyenpa, second attempt at 5:42. The 27-year-old Finn, as I mentioned, he is within currently the cutoff on world rankings. He's 28th on the drop-down list to make the Paris Games. But every competition in these last 2 weeks with that window, qualifying window still open until the end of June, will be critical. He'll be fending off competitors from competitions he's not even in. And that's very much what he'll be doing here tonight. Remember, World Athletics Continental Tour silver level, the highest possible level available for a street pole vault meet. Can Kuyenpa go clear at 5:42? He's got it. Didn't even look like he touched the bar. Kuyenpa had that with room to spare. His outdoor personal best, 5:65. And now the bar for him will be moving up to 5:52. So, back on the runway, it's Huang Bokai of China. The 27-year-old, personal best of 5:75. This should be no problem for him if he gets it right. But he doesn't. Once again, just couldn't quite get that right. Didn't have the elevation on that. Sixth in the world final last year. He cleared 5:75 there. Coached by Vitaly Petrov, the base in Italy. The Ukrainian coach who guided the careers of Sergei Bubka, Yelena Isinbayeva, Ernest Obiena. One of the godfathers of pole vault coaching will be looking on, I'm sure, from afar and passing on some technical feedback. But Huang Bokai will have one more attempt to get it right at 5:42. So, Hussein Assem Alizam. Can he go over 5:42? Yes, he can. Sorry, Baptiste Thierry that was, of course. Second attempt, and it is a successful one. So, Huang Bokai has yet to go over, and Kimski has yet to go over. Third and final chance for Philip Kimski. Personal best of 5:41, which he jumped indoors this year. He needs to improve on that. It needs to be the best vault of his life to make 5:42 at the third and final time of asking for the pole. And he doesn't have it today. He bows out of the competition. So, 5:22 for him. Third attempt, he got over. But no such joy at 5:42. No personal best for the young Pole, but lots to look forward to for him. And again, you could just see, as in the previous attempts, just drifting out to his left there. Just a little giving away some height by doing that. And we'll just have one more attempt left at this height of 542. And that will be Huang Bakai of China. Third and final attempt. 3-time Chinese champion. Competed for them at the World Championships in 2019 and 2023. 6th in the World Final last year with a 575 clearance. And things have been going reasonably well this year with a 572 season's best in Xiamen, China. Can he get over this? 542 pressure moment for the Chinese vaulter. And he does. Come at the hour, come at the man. Huang Bakai soars clear. And he will breathe a big sigh of relief after that. May, he cleared in his last competition, was in Nanjing last month, 18th of May. So he might be a bit rusty, 4 or 5 weeks ago since that. Cleared 563 there, but made the necessary adjustments. And even when you the coach able to adjust on the fly because he's not in Athens tonight. But all good coaches coach athletes to take ownership of their career and to be self-sufficient when they're out there. And clearly Huang Bakai, after 2 failures, made the necessary adjustments on attempt number 3 and he sails clear. So that's all she wrote at 542. The bar is moving on up to 552. And you'll hear the public address announcer there just saying that Baptiste Thierry and Ben Brothers will be passing at 552 and they'll be coming back into this competition at 562. So they've got, what, for them, I guess, our warm-up jumps done. And they'll be re-entering the competition at the business end when we get up to 562 and above. But I'm sure we will see some other athletes engaging as the bar gets moved up to 552. And the crowd and many fans will be anxiously awaiting the appearance, no doubt, of Emmanuel Corrales, the 24-year-old Greek star. He's done so much, he's won so much this early stage of his career. Of course, World Indoor Bronze earlier this year in Glasgow, cleared 585 there at the Corrales. And that Greek record of 587 in Rome recently to take silver behind Mondo Duplantis. First man up, this is Al Hizam of Saudi Arabia. His first attempt at 552. Asian Games bronze medalist last year, Asian Championship silver medalist. And like Huang is also coached by Vitaly Petrov. So, first attempt, 552 for Al Hizam. And that is perfect. You can see at 542 he made some adjustments after the failed first attempt. Got it right. And no mistake there. He has adjusted for the conditions and Al Hizam goes clear at 552. It's an impressive jump. His season's best is 557. So he's already knocking on the door of that. And again, I do keep mentioning the qualification criteria for the Paris Olympics. Top 32, when it's filtered 3 per country, will make the Paris Olympics. He is currently 25th. So this man, Yanis Rissos, is down in 45th. Season's best of 555. What can he do at 552? Ooh, just a little bit ragged. Had the power for sure, had the height, but you could see his legs just splay into the air there as he was on the way up. Perhaps just lost a bit of control of his technique. And these men will not have any trouble with a bit of a tailwind this evening, generating sufficient speed on the runway. But they may have some trouble controlling that speed as they set off into the air. And no joy there for Yanis Rissos. But it was his first attempt, so 2 more to come for the Greek athlete. So next up, it's Urho Kuyanpa The 27-year-old Finnish athlete, the reigning World University Games champion, he cleared 5:55 in Chengdu, China last year to win that title. No height at the World Championships in Budapest last year, but he's on course to earn a place in Paris via the ranking system. What can he do here at 5:52? Kuyanpa gets it. Soars clear. No issues for Kuyanpa. Season's best is 5:57 outdoors, which he cleared in Rehlingen, Germany last month. And certainly bigger heights await him if he can keep jumping like that. He's won 8 Finnish senior titles in total, counting indoors and out. And a vaulter on the up, setting his overall PB of 5:70 earlier this year. But it is Anthony Amirati from France, a real rising star, this man, the 20-year-old, vaulter at 5:52. No joy for Amirati. But that's only his first time failure, so he'll be back. He's in the police reserve in France, joined that after last summer. So next up, I think it's going to be, yes it is, Huang Bakai of China at 5:52. The 2-time world finalist, the 3-time Chinese champion, Huang Bakai. He has eyes on Paris, but for now, the only eyes that matter are training his sights on that bar at 5:52. Can Bakai go clear? Yes, he can. And he may have had a couple of shaky attempts earlier at 5:42, but he has found his groove here. Huang Bakai soars clear at 5:52 on the first attempt and puts himself back in the hunt with the big guns here. And the next man on the runway is a very decorated athlete. From Poland, it is Piotr Lisek. He has too many accolades to mention right now, but he has jumped 6 meters indoors, he has jumped 6 meters outdoors, and he has 12 national titles to his name in Poland. He's 31 now, but he's jumping close to his best, 5:82 already this year on home turf in Poland. Can he clear 5:52 at the first time? No, he cannot. But again, we've seen it repeatedly here, and we've seen it earlier on with the women's event. The strong gusts, as you can see there in that flag blowing by the mat, they are behind the athlete. It is helping them generate a lot of speed on the runway, but the control is the issue. And we're just seeing athletes taking a couple of attempts at heights that typically for them would be rudimentary. It's becoming a little bit trickier than expected. But here's the man so many have come out to see, Emmanuel Corrales. Freshly minted European senior silver medalist, world indoor bronze medalist earlier this year, one of the leading vaulters in the world. As I mentioned, in that shake-up behind Mondo Duplantis, who stands alone. This man is very much in the hunt. And when you're in the hunt, you never know. Things might go wrong with Mr. Duplantis. But an Olympic medal could very much be in Corrales' sights. He was 4th at the last Olympics. This is his opening height, 5:52 for Corrales. Foot perfect. Easy as it gets. Coached by his dad, Haris Corrales, who does a lot of the physical training, and then Marcin Szczepanski does a lot of the technical input. And Szczepanski is also the coach of Lisek, so he's 2 athletes going head-to-head here for bragging rights. But Corrales, really look at the height. Look how high his hips are over that bar. That is 5:52. It looks like 25 centimeters, probably possibly more, he has in the locker there. And of course, that would be no surprise, given he's cleared 5:87 already. So, Yanis Rissos of Greece, second attempt at 5:52. As I mentioned, 5:55 his season's best, so he's pushing that here. Can he get this right? Out to the left. I think he had the height, but you see how far as the bar comes down on top from there, I think it hit him in his head. But he really did drift far to his left there, and that was vertical height given away. Certainly capable of it. He's a 560 jumper at his best. You can see there he's almost hitting that left hand upright by the time he goes over that. Did his best angling his arms around that, but not quite enough. But still, he stepped forward tonight with a 542 clearance after a no height at the European Championships in Rome. And Yanis Rissos will have one more attempt remaining. But next up, it is Anthony Amirati. As Coolio's Gangsta's Paradise plays. And remember, these athletes can choose their own runway music to hype them up at an event like this. Second attempt for the youngster from France, Anthony Amirati, at 5:52. No mistakes there. Coolio as he goes over that bar as Gangster's Paradise plays, one of the great songs. 5:52 clearance for Anthony Amirati. Quite ironic song choice given he is in the French Police Reserve, but it is a great song. He's from the Côte d'Azur. Started pole vaulting at the age of 7 by watching videos and thought, that looks cool. And he said what he likes most about the pole vault is the adrenaline. And a man who's had many big adrenaline moments is Piotr Lisek over the years. So many medals to his name. Needs 5:52 here. And he gets it. As I mentioned, lots of vaulters having trouble with the lower heights on their first attempts, but as they get into the competition, as they adjust to that strong wind, they set things right. And you would expect that from a man like Lisek, 31 years old. So many medals to his name. He was 4th at the 2016 Olympics, 6th at the last Olympics in Tokyo. He was a European indoor champion back in 2017. He also has 2 silvers and 2 bronzes from the European indoors. He's 2 world indoor medals as well, bronze in 2016 and 2018. He's 12 Polish title, does Lisek. Really has been a fantastic career, but he disappointed in Glasgow earlier this year, no heighted in that world indoor final. And now, Yanis Rissos, can he be inspired on home turf in front of the Greek crowd? 5:52, his third and final attempt. He needs this. Oh, once again, doesn't get it, and just a very dangerous landing there. He wasn't far off landing in that little planting area, but he bows out, does Rissos, with a best of 5:42 for the 24-year-old this evening. So we had 10 starting. We are down to 8 in this men's pole vault competition. See there at the Panathinaikos Stadium as those flags fly. It is a strong, well, it looks like a crosswind now more than anything. It was a tailwind, but it is blowing about that stadium.
Τι θες να πεις στο Μανόλο, είναι λίγο πριν κάνει την επόμενη του προσπάθεια.
Πράσινη τι θα πεις,
Είναι σε φοβερή κατάσταση και ελπίζω και ο ίδιος να κάνει οικονομία στα άλματα και να τα περάσει όλα με την πρώτη, ώστε να κρατήσει δυνάμεις και το πιο πιθανό για πανελλήνιο ρεκόρ.
Γιάννης Ρίζος!
Yanis Rissos bows out. I wish I spoke Greek. I would have understood why Emmanuel Corrales was laughing. But I'm sure he told a good joke. But Corrales is all smiles at the moment. He was foot perfect on his first attempt at 5:52. Stays up front with the others in command, in the lead. And the bar is now going to be moving up to 5:62. Things are starting to get serious at the Fly Athens pole vault meet, a World Athletics Continental Tour silver event. And as I mentioned, for a single event format like that, like this, that is the highest grade possible. But it does mean there's plenty of bonus points on offer, and a lot of these athletes still on the borderline, either just inside or just outside of qualification places, trying to get those prized top 32 spots at the Paris Olympics.
We have information that even Amirati from France will attempt the next height.
So, first man to try 5.62 will be Hussein Asim Al-Hizam. Having had those earlier first-time failures at 5.22 and 5.42, he was foot perfect on his first attempt at 5.52. But this is a big ask for him, 5.62. His season's best is 5.57. That, but he has been over 5.70. That dates back to 2021. And as I mentioned, he is currently 25th on the Road to Paris World Rankings. 32 places available. This will be big for him if Al-Hizam can get it. No. Pulls the plug midway through the jump and runs through, so that's going to be a red flag for him. But 2 more attempts for the 26-year-old from Saudi Arabia. Coached by Vitaly Petrov, as I mentioned. He's guided the careers of so many great vaulters, dating down through the decades. So he'll be looking to make the necessary adjustments and come back for another attempt. But now from Finland, Urho Kujenpää, first attempt at 5.62. His outdoor personal best is 5.65, dating back to 2021. So he's getting into dangerous territory, the difficult territory. Great choice of song as well by Urho. Life is Life. As I mentioned, at an event like this, the vaulters get to choose exactly what soundtrack they want when they take to the runway. The right hype music, and that's what he's chosen. Kujenpää with that jets off down the runway. 5.62. And again, aborts mission just as he's planting that pole. So no joy for Kujenpää here, but he'll have 2 more attempts to get over 5.62. We'll see who exactly is going to take an attempt at 5.62. I think some of the athletes are passing and they'll come back in at 5.72. But we'll soon find out. Huang Bakai, though, is one of those who's going to be vaulting at 5.62. The Chinese vaulter, 6th in the world final last year, 5.75 at his best, 5.72 this year. He has this within his range. And he does. Of course he does. It's funny, as the heights go up, Huang Bakai just seems to be getting better and better, looking more and more proficient with each vault. And his coach, Vitaly Petrov, the famous Vitaly Petrov, will be very pleased with what he saw there. He doesn't yet have the automatic standard for the Olympics, which is 5.82, but he's currently 20th in the drop-down list, with the top 32 on that list, securing a place at the end of the month. So Bakai, if all goes well, will certainly be in Paris next month, or, well, early August, by the time the athletics gets underway. But this is Baptiste Thierry of France. His first attempt at 5.62. He passed 5.52. Lucky 5.75 man at his best. It's not there for him. So no joy there for Thierry, but he'll have 2 more attempts, will the 22-year-old Frenchman. As you can see, I think he just got too close to that bar. Feet hit it on the way up, but he'll make the necessary adjustments, I'm sure, and have 2 more attempts. Ben Broders. First attempt for him at 5.62. Passed at 5.52, and things are getting serious now. But he's been over 5.82 already this year at the Suzhou Diamond League. He's been in 3 world finals, the 28-year-old Belgian. He has a wealth of experience, and he'll be looking to put that to good use tonight. And of course, no such qualification worries for him. He has the automatic Olympic standard, the Belgian record holder. But can he get over 5.62 here at the first time of asking? Yes, he can. And he'll certainly be one of the big international challengers to Emmanuel Corrales tonight, perhaps looking to spoil the party for the Greeks. And it is a party atmosphere on the streets of Athens. Everyone enjoying, and I think being able to appreciate in this setting so much better the athleticism, the speed, and that incredible gymnastic ability of these men, seen there brilliantly from that angle. The body shapes they fold themselves into to get over that bar. Many pole vaulters, of course, have a background in gymnastics. Hussein Asim Al-Hizam, second attempt at 5.62 for the Saudi Arabian jumper. 5.70 his personal best, dating back to 2021. But his season's best is 5.57. Needs to add to that here. Second attempt at 5.62 for Al-Hizam. Oh, it was close. It was certainly close. And he shakes his head. Understandably so. I think he thinks he has that height in him. Can he produce it? We'll get a good idea here of just how close it was. He could have it, but it might need to be the perfect vault on his third and final attempt to get it right. So back on the runway, Urho Kuyanpa, second attempt at 5.62 for the Finn. And will he be a flying Finn at his second attempt? As I mentioned, he is within the rankings cutoff for Paris, 28th currently with 32 places, but every vault will make a difference in earning his spot at the Olympic Games. 5.65 is his outdoor best, so he's close to that already with this height if he can clear it. Went out in qualification during the recent European Championships, had a best of 5.45 there, so he's already improved on that showing with a 5.52 tonight, but he will want this, the World University Games champion. Here comes Kuyanpa. Great speed on the runway. Doesn't quite have it. Frustration on the face of Urho Kuyanpa. No joy on his second attempt at 5.62, but one more attempt to come for the flying Finn. Yeah, that wasn't really close. Didn't appear to have the height, and also, even if he did, just got too close to that bar, knocking it off with his feet on the way up, or his shins. So the bar stays at 5.62. And it is time for Baptiste Thierry, the rising star of French pole vaulting, 22-year-old, the former decathlete. He may well return to that in the years ahead. 8,057 points he scored to finish 9th in the European decathlon in Munich 2 years ago, but he's been focused on pole vault more recently, and he's headed towards the Paris Olympics in the pole vault. This will be a great 62. He'll have to wait. One more attempt to come for Thierry. You can see there, he probably has the height in him. He's been over 5.75 at his best. Coached by Gérald Baudouin, who himself was a 5.80 vaulter back in the 90s, and the European under-20 champion was Baudouin. Before that, he was coached by his dad, Benoit Thierry. But he will have one more attempt, will Thierry, to get over 5.62 and stay in this competition. As indeed will Al-Izam of Saudi Arabia. This is his third and final attempt. The former NCAA indoor champion, Hussein Asim Al-Hizam, sprints down the runway. Can he get over at the third and final time of asking? He cannot. Just came down on top of the bar there, and he cuts a frustrated figure, unsurprisingly. His season's best stays at 5.57. An excellent first time clearance at 5.52, but that was as good as it got for Al-Hizam this evening. So I think it's just Baptiste Thierry now, who has his third attempt to come. Oh, of course, it is the Finnish man, Urho Kujanpa, first up, before we see Thierry take to the runway. The World University Games champion. Season's best of 5:57. Can Kujanpa go clear at the third time of asking? As I mentioned, 5:65 is his outdoor personal best, but he's been over 5:70 indoors. That was already earlier this year in January in Tampere in Finland. He has 8 Finnish titles to his name. Bowed out in qualification in Rome with a best of 5:45. And is just about within the cutoff on world rankings to secure a place at the Paris Olympics. This would be a big help if he can clear it to that cause. Kujanpa at 5:62, no. Knew it wasn't right as soon as he planted that pole. And Kujanpa bows out with a third time failure at 5:62. So, from 10, we are down to 6 in this men's pole vault competition. And next up, it will be Baptiste Thierry. Baptiste Thierry is 22 years old, a really rising star. He was Youth Olympic champ back in 2018. He's a 2-time Carifta Games champ. If you're wondering why a Frenchman was competing at the Carifta Games, of course, it's because he was brought up in Martinique in the Caribbean. Coached by Gérald Baudouin since 2020, before that by his dad, Benoit Thierry. And when you're coached by a 5'80" vaulter, certainly lots of wisdom being passed along. He is a 5'75" vaulter already. He was 9th in the European final in Rome just last week. That was only a number of days ago. 4 or 5 days ago now. So Baptiste Thierry, this is a big vault for him. Pressure jump for the young Frenchman. No. Oh, and a dangerous, potentially dangerous situation there as he came down. Let's hope he's all right. I think he just pulled out of that attempt as he was hitting, and I think he may have hit his face on the bar or on the mat as he landed. Let's hope he's okay, Baptiste Thierry. As the public address announcer says there, these athletes are so brave. We'll see exactly on the replay what happened to them. He needed to push the boundaries here to get this. 560. Yeah, he just lost his grip. That is a potentially very dangerous situation for Thierry there. Right at the apex of that jump, right at the moment where the most pressure was going through that bar or that pole. He just lost his grip 3/4 of the way up on that height. And it's good, a very good thing that he landed on the mat, or it could have been much worse. And no one will need reminding who was at the World Indoor Championships of what happened there to one of the vaulters who missed the mat. They are brave, brave athletes, pole vaulters. They are courageous, but a lot of them do live for the adrenaline of it. And Baptiste Thierry is one of those. And speaking of adrenaline, Thierry's fellow Frenchman, Anthony Amorati, is one that attracts him most to the event, is that I love the adrenaline. There are a few rushes in the sport of athletics, quite like the pole vault. It is the adventure sport of the track and field community. And Anthony Amorati will soon be taking to the runway. Cleared 5:52 at his second attempt. Amorati, 20 years old only. He has a personal best of 5:81. He's the under 20 French record holder. A real rising star. And here he is at 5:62 on his opening attempt. Oh, sorry, he's past 5:62, of course. So this is 5:72 the bar is now up to. Amorati, he was the world under 20 champion 2 years ago. He is currently on track to secure a place in the top 32 on those Road to Paris rankings. However, he's currently the 4th Frenchman. You've got Robin Emig, Baptiste Thierry and Thibaut Collet ahead of him on that list. So a lot of that may depend on the French procedures, the French selection policy, who they choose to send, and perhaps the performance at the French Championships later this month. But Anthony Ammirati could do his cause a whole lot of good here if he can clear 572. He doesn't. So first time failure for Ammirati at 572, but he'll have 2 more attempts. Will the youngster, who's in the French police reserve. Get a replay. Yeah, just too close to the bar there. Hit it with his shins on the way up. But Anthony Ammirati, the world under-20 champion 2 years ago, the European under-20 champion 3 years ago, he knows how to get it done on the big stage. Certainly at underage level, and he'll be a name to follow in the years ahead. But he is chasing a place at the Paris Olympics. And 4 into 3 will not go for Frenchmen inside those rankings. As we see Corrales there having a bit of fun with Huang Bakai, giving him the rabbit ears in the background, as is Ben Broders. Everyone's getting in on it. So, first time attempt for Huang Bakai. I have to say, hanging around athletics a lot, you rarely see an event with such a fraternal atmosphere as the pole vault. They really do get on very well. They travel together. They have that shared empathy of struggling to carry their poles all around the world and all the travel headaches it creates. Huang Bakai is one of those, and he doesn't have the height there. You could see it even on the way up. Just didn't quite have the alignment right. So first time failure for Huang Bakai, but we've seen previously at that height 542 he made the necessary adjustments. That's a lot harder to do at 572, which is currently his season's best. He's pushing the boundaries at these heights. It's Huang Bakai, coached by Vitaly Petrov. So I think next up it's going to be Piotr Lisek of Poland. As the officials just put the bar back up at 572. No, it's not Lisek. It is Ben Broders. His first attempt at 572 for the 4-time Belgian outdoor champion, the 5-time Belgian indoor champion. 572, first attempt. Magnificent from Broders. Don't think he even touched that bar as he went over. 3-time world finalist is Broders. He's been so consistent on the world stage, but he's still trying to get that major medal at that level that he wants so much. He has won a bronze medal at the World University Games, but he's yet to get the one he wants most. Coached by Helena Duplantis, the mother of the great Mondo. Here is Lisek. His first attempt at 572. It's a height he's been over countless times in his career. He knows how to get it done. He looked great at the lower heights. Can the 31-year-old Pole get it done here? No joy for the Pole on his first attempt at 572. Season's best of 582. That was in Dujniki in Poland, his hometown, just last month. Didn't have any joy at the World Indoors in Glasgow earlier this year. No heighted there. But he's always a factor at the Olympic Games. 4th in 2016, 6th in 2021. But now it's the home star, Emmanuel Corrales, on the runway, and to the tune of his chosen song, Zorba's Dance. The club remix is what he's chosen to vault to tonight, and of course the home fans are loving that. 572 is where the bar is at. A reminder that he's cleared just last week, just days ago, in that European pole vault final. He cleared 587 to soar clear to a national record and finish runner-up to the great Mondo Duplantis. He's 3rd in the world this year behind Sam Kendricks and Mondo Duplantis, but all he'll care about tonight is getting the win on home turf. This will help a lot. Emmanuel Corrales. And the cheers will tell you all you need to know. He is in sparkling form at the moment, is Emmanuel Corrales. First time clearance. 572, easy as you like. Look at that, so much height over that bar. So impressive from Emmanuel Corrales. 572, there is certainly a vault in the 580s there tonight. Who knows, could he go higher? After this height, of course, it'll be going up in 5 centimeter increments. It'll be 577 first and then 582 should they get that far. So, Gangsta's Paradise plays once again. And we know that that means that Anthony Ammirati is on the runway, the man in the French Police Reserve. The man who'll soon be out tackling the gangsters. 20-year-old from France. Such a promising career ahead for this young man. The world under-20 champion in 2022. But we won't worry about the future tonight because he's got a clear 572. His season's best is 562. This would be a big jump forward, but he's capable of it, but not on that attempt. Anthony Ammirati unsuccessful at 572 on his second attempt, but he'll have one more chance. And remember, he's been over this height and then some in the past. He's cleared 581, a French under-20 record 2 years ago. He actually, funnily enough, forgot his spikes for that vault. Didn't have them and had to borrow a pair that were hugely oversized for him. And he ended up jumping higher than ever, 581 at the age of just 18. Astonishing talent is Anthony Ammirati. As I mentioned, he is within the cutoff to earn a place in Paris, but he's currently the 4th man on that Road to Paris, 4th Frenchman on the Road to Paris World Rankings. This is Huang Bakai of China, his second attempt at 572. 6th in the world final this year. Season's best is 572, which he cleared on home turf in Xiamen, China, in front of the Paxtans that evening. Huang Bakai, 572, second attempt, and I think you could see on the way up there that just wasn't quite right. Moving laterally, and any lateral movement for a vaulter is wasted height. Huang Bakai, second time failure at 572, but he has one more chance. You can see there, yeah, just that center of mass was not where it should have been going over that bar. But as I mentioned, the wind is blowing quite strong in Athens tonight. They'll be delighted about the temperatures in the low 30s. Great for these explosive athletes. But the way those flags are blowing around, certainly not ideal for vaulters. So, I think next up on track, and indeed there is Katerina Stefanidi and her husband Mitch and coach. Fresh off that European silver medal, vaulting so well is Stefanidi. First vaulter ever to win 5 European medals. 5 consecutive European medals as well. Truly outstanding career. So, Piotr Lisek's second attempt for the pole at 572. Oh, he gave it just too much contact there at the top. It was close. It was very close. But no joy for Lisek on his second attempt at 572. Certainly had the height, but perhaps just that center of mass. Just probably need to be a little bit closer. It's fractions, it's millimeters you're talking here for Lisek. But he will very much know that, far better than I know that. He is such an experienced vaulter, so many major medals. He will know exactly what's needed to get over 572, and he will have one more chance to do it, to stay in this competition. So the bar stays at 572. And Huang Bakai has yet to go over it. Corrales, of course, is over it. Bruders is over it. But once again, Coolio is playing, which means that Anthony Ammirati is on the runway for his third and final attempt, this rising star of French pole vaulting from the Côte d'Azur, who started vaulting at the age of 7 because he saw some videos and thought, that looks cool. And he said, what attracts me most to the event, above all, is the adrenaline rush And you can see the anxiety on his face there. These are the pressure moments that Anthony Ammirati lives for, trains for 13 years on from taking up the sport. The former world junior champion, the reigning world junior champion. Can he get over his third and final attempt? It's close, but it's not close enough. And Ammirati will be very disappointed with that. It would have been a big season's best for him. His best this year is 562, which he jumped in Ostrava last month. But as I mentioned, he is currently the 4th Frenchman in line on world rankings. All 4 look like they're going to be within that cutoff of 32 men to get offered a place in Paris. So it's going to come down to the French selection policy and perhaps the performance at the national championships for who gets those 3 spots on home turf at the Paris Olympics. And what a prize that would be. So it's a high stakes game for Anthony Ammirati, with that qualification window set to close 2 weeks from today on the final day of June. But back to the runway, and Huang Bakai of China, man who finished 6th in the world final last year, who has cleared 575 at his best. He needs 572 at the third and final time of asking. It's not there. It's just not quite clicked for Bakai tonight. And he bows out of the competition with a best clear in 3rd place. And so all of a sudden, we are now just down to 3. The 2 men who have gone clear, Ben Broders and Emmanuel Corrales at 572. And then the most experienced man in the field, Piotr Lisek of Poland, who is facing his 3rd and final attempt at 572 is Piotr Lisek. This is a clutch moment. He was 6th in the European final just 4 days ago. 5 days ago, perhaps now, in Rome. Didn't get another medal there, but he has so many medals through his career, does Piotr Lisek. So many medals. And now it's a clutch moment for the 31-year-old Pole. 3rd and final attempt at 572. Had the height. Just perhaps wasn't quite close enough to the bar. But all smiles from Piotr Lisek. He appreciates a good competition and he appreciates the crowd. And in turn, the crowd very much appreciate him back. Great to see a man of his caliber perform. And we said he might spoil the party for the hosts, but he's not done that tonight because Emmanuel Corrales is now in a head-to-head with Ben Broders of Belgium for victory at the Fly Athens pole vault meet in the shadow of the Panathinaikos Stadium, that stunning all-marble stadium. And let's hear what Piotr Lisek has to say.
I mean, this is like a home for you, you know what I mean? You were in Crete last year, you trained with Manolo, and I mean, look at how excited we are for what is happening. You did a very good job in your descent. It was a little bit unlucky, but we love you because you support Greece and you're part of the family.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. You are also here. This is very perfect for big jumps. I hope Manolo will jump to, I don't know, maybe 590. Keep strong. Keep fingers for him. And good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
As you mentioned, they do train together a bit, both guided by Marcin Szczepanski. Of course, Emmanuel Corrales also joint coached by his father, Haris, who is one of the big organisers tonight. There is confirmation of current standings. Corrales and Broders both up the front via that clearance at 572, the only men to go clear. And Bakai Huang will have to make do with 3rd on the night. So both these men have had perfect records up to this point. And it will be a head-to-head between Corrales and Broders for victory at the Fly Athens pole vault meet. And the crowd very much appreciating this. It's going to go right down to the wire. And as I mentioned, it went up in 10 centimeter increments before, and now it's going to go up in 5 centimeter increments What a setting for a pole vault meet. So, Ben Broders. It's going to be a case of whatever you can do, I can do better. For Corrales, he'll have to stand back and watch his Belgian rival take the first attempt at 5.77. Things are getting serious for these two men. No joy for Broders on his first attempt. As I mentioned, he's been over 5.82 already this year. Oh, he has passed. In fact, they have both passed. It's straight up to 5.82 now. So they both declined the chance to jump at 5.77, and perhaps understandably so. Both these men coming off the emotional and the physical and the mental highs of the European Championships this week, looking to minimize the amount of vaults they take, and with just each other to beat. And they've both jumped into 5.80s this year in recent weeks. They are going straight down to business at 5.82. It's a head-to-head duel, and I would suspect whoever goes clear at this height first will likely be the one to take victory tonight. So, the big advantage of going second, if Broders had gone clear, he would have heaped the pressure on this young man's shoulders. But now that he has failed, a huge opportunity has opened up for Manolo Corrales, the Greek star, and to the dance remix of Zorba's Dance. That famous Greek anthem, Emmanuel Corrales prepares to take his shot at 5.82. 5.87 earlier this week in Rome to win silver. Can he nail this on home turf? He can! Was it ever in doubt? They build it, and they came. Build it and they will come. The crowd have come to cheer on one of the national stars of sport, not just athletics, in Greece. Emmanuel Corrales with a 5.82 first-time clearance. Superb from the 24-year-old Greek star, European silver medalist. Third in the world this year with that 5.87 he cleared in Rome. And Manolo Corrales looking very much like an Olympic medalist, perhaps, in waiting. Fourth at the last Olympics in Tokyo. Can he go better in Paris? He's certainly in shape to do so. Coached, as I mentioned, by his dad, Harris, along with Marcin Szczepanski, the Pole. His dad is Greek, a former decathlete, a 7,300 point decathlete. And his mother, Sarah, is from Uganda, former long jumper. As a kid, Corrales was into various sports, swimming, basketball, taekwondo, lots more as well. He started out life in athletics, in the multi-events, but soon found that pole vault was perhaps where his natural calling was. That's where he's performed to such great honour in recent years. He was always a prodigy, was Emmanuel Corrales. He was the European Under-18 champion back in 2016, World Under-18 bronze medalist the year before that. He had 2 silver medals from the European Under-23 championships, and now in his mid-20s he is doing it at the highest level, winning bronze at the World Indoors earlier this year in Glasgow, where he cleared 5.85. He's already racked up 9 Greek titles. And in the head-to-head battle this has become between him and his close rival Ben Broders of Belgium, he has heaped the pressure on his rival with that first-time clearance of 5.82. It means that the only way Broders can win is if he goes over 5.87. So the question for Broders is, do you leave the bar at 5.82? Because clearance there is going to do nothing for your ability to win this competition. Or do you move it straight to 5.87? And accept that you're only going to have 2 attempts. No surprise to see he has moved the bar up to 5.87. As I mentioned, all these athletes coming off the European Championships, or a lot of them coming off the European Championships. Bit of fatigue in the legs and just coming down off that emotional high of competing in a big stadium at the Stadio Olimpico earlier this week. So 2 attempts left for Ben Broders. This is the first of them to try and take back command of this competition. He doesn't have it. Not there tonight for Ben Broders, but he'll have one more attempt at 5.87. Or else victory at the Fly Athens Street Pole Vault meet will be going to the man who organised this event, along with his family, Emmanuel Corrales, in the shadow of the Panathinaikos Stadium. Such a stunning setting. Bringing athletics to the people with this little mini stands, and great to see so many youngsters coming out, getting to see this man. A lot of them will have been watching on TV just the other night, early this week, as he soared higher than ever before with that 587 clearance to win European silver behind Mondo Duplantis. And many, many more Greek people will be watching when he competes at the Paris Olympics in about 6 weeks' time. As I mentioned, that 587 currently has him third in the world behind Sam Kendricks, who cleared 590, and the great, the peerless Mondo Duplantis, who yet again has soared higher than ever before with that 624 clearance in Xiamen, China earlier this year. It wasn't far at all off another world record in Rome the other night of 625. So, Ben Broeders, they'll give him a few moments to gather himself. As you see there, that 582 clearance is the highest ever clearance at this event, which has been going now for 3 years. It was called Fly Olympia in its first 2 years, held in Olympia, Greece. And now they've brought it to the big stage and one of the most famous stages and most famous stadiums in the world, alongside the Panathinaik Stadium. Hosted the opening and closing ceremonies of the first modern Olympics in 1896. Along with 4 of the 9 sports that were contested there were held in the Panathinaikon Stadium. Anyone who's run the Athens Classic Marathon will know it well. That's where it finishes. And anyone who was around for the 2004 Olympics will remember it as well, who can remember that brilliant edition of the Games. The marathon finished there with Stefano Baldini taking victory. And the brilliant story of Brazil's Vanderlei de Lima, despite getting a random guy coming on and trying to drag him off the course, he managed to stay the course, stay running, and win a medal for Brazil. One of the most memorable moments in modern Olympics. It was constructed, the Panathinaik Stadium, the 6th century BC. It was a race course back then. It used to host the Panathinaik Games. But now it's one of the biggest tourist attractions. And for events, still hosts some events, of course, has a capacity of 50,000 people. It's a beautiful backdrop for this. There on the right is Katerina Stefanidi, fresh off that European silver medal during the week. A brilliant performance by the 2016 Olympic champion alongside her partner Mitch, her coach, and one of the best minds, the best coaching minds you could come across when it comes to the pole vault. A couple of years ago, they were kind enough to give me a lift between 2 events over in the US, and I certainly learned a lot on that journey about the intricacies of this event, just how difficult it is, and Ben Broeders will know all about that. The bar now up to 587. Can he go clear? His second and final attempt to try and wrestle back control of this competition. It's close. It's very close for Broeders, but it's not enough. Just not enough. It would have been huge if Broeders could have pulled that off, but he didn't quite do it. 582. He bows out. Best clearance on the night of 572. So success on the night goes to Emmanuel Corrales. Broeders bows out with a 72. Third place went to China's Huang Bokai with a clearance of 562. And up front, golden, once again, Emmanuel Corrales. Let's hear what Ben Broeders has to say.
Manolo was second, and 5 days after you're here, I mean, do you feel a little tired of this exhausting thing in Rome, or this crowd of Athens make you stronger, better, higher? I think it is impossible to be tired with a crowd like this, with amazing people here. It's an honor for me and Manolo here. It's really nice. You have competed before in ancient Olympia, or it's your first time now? But I prefer here. You prefer here? It's nicer. It's more beautiful. It's different because Olympia was also very, very nice. But this is something else. It's really nice. Where do you think Manolo will put the bar? I hope to be together with Manolo in the meet a little longer. But if he puts it together, I think he can jump the 92. Yeah. So 592, this is the correct. Κυρίες και κύριοι, προέβλεψε το 592 που θα προσπαθήσει για νέο πανελλήνιο ρεκόρ ο Μανώλο Καραλής. Κυρίες και κύριοι, Ben Brothers από το Βέλγιο. Thank you very much.
Μανώλο Καραλής ζήτησε να τοποθετηθεί ο Μίκης στα 5.92 για να βελτιώσει το πανελλήνιο ρεκόρ.
So, Ben Bruders certainly thinks that Manolo Karalis is capable of jumping 592, which would be a Greek record. Can he surpass Konstantinos Philippis 592? He's already broken new ground this week with that 587 to win silver in Rome. And the bar is now up to 592, the Greek record of 591. That is now 9 years old by Konstantinos Philippidis. This is big for Emmanuel Karalis, but what better stage to try and do this than on home turf in Greece with a sizable crowd there cheering him on. Karalis, who set the Greek indoor record last year at 586. Can he snatch the Greek outdoor record from Konstantinos Philippidis? 592 is the mark. He's never been this high before, but he is in outstanding form. 587 to win silver in Rome. And the music changes to his chosen song, Zorba's Dance, the club remix version. And as the rhythm beats increases, as does the clapping from the crowd, his home fans, Emmanuel Karalis will be looking to go to a place no Greek vaulter has ever gone before, up and over 592. Can he get a national record in front of his home crowd? It was so close, so close from Emmanuel Karalis. I think he knows that height could well be there. It's within his range. Emmanuel Karalis, having cleared 587 earlier this week to win silver in Rome. He could be on the cusp of something special. He will have 2 more attempts if he wants them. Does he want them? Or is he going to call it there and call it a good night with a 582 clearance and a victory at the Fly Athens pole vault meet? So close. Look at that. 70% of his body was over that bar, and it was just his chest. His chest just gave it a brush. And earlier on in the women's competition, we saw athletes give it a far harder contact than that, and the bar stayed on. He was a little unlucky it fell because that was so close for Emmanuel Karalis. Now, will he take a second and third attempt, Karalis, to go over a Greek record? As I mentioned, Konstantinos Philippidis, 591, the Greek record back in 2015. It's possible, for sure, for this young man. As I mentioned, he has the Greek indoor record, not yet the Greek outdoor record. The indoor record is 586, which he cleared to win the Greek indoor title last year. But that mark by Philippidis is certainly within range for Manolo Karalis. And I'm sure somewhere there he'll be consulting with his coach, one of his coaches or both of his coaches, his dad Harris and his technical coach Marcin Czepansky. Can he produce the magic? He's produced a lot of magic already this evening. He's beaten a world-class field on home turf at the Fly Athens pole vault meet at World Athletics Continental Tour silver event. Can he possibly get that Greek record of 592? It would put him second in the world as well this year. He would overtake Sam Kendricks of the US on the world lists. Were he to get it, it would put him behind only Mondo Duplantis with 6 weeks to go until the Paris Olympics. It would be huge. He is in the form of his life. He has a rest, gathers his energies, and he's not done yet. That's for sure. Good to see Kat Stefanidi there coming over, giving him some encouragement. They get on very well. Two of the bright shining stars of Greek athletics, not just Greek athletics, Greek sport in recent years. Karalis, 4th place in the last Olympic final in Tokyo, and the way he's going, he is well on track to surpass that and win the prize he most wants in the sport. Karalis was the European Under-18 gold medalist back in 2016. World Under-18 bronze medalist in 2015. He's always been a prodigy when it comes to this. At under 23 level, he had 2 European silvers, and he stepped up so well to senior level, winning that world indoor bronze in Glasgow earlier this year with a clearance of 5.85. It's certainly possible this evening for Emmanuel Karalis. But can he do it? He's not just a great athlete, Karalis. He's a very likable person as well, I have to say. I've interviewed him a couple of times, and he really has spoken. He'll bring you into the details of his event. He's peeled back the layers of the difficulties as well he's faced off the track, and they are substantial, and he's courageously taken them on. He spoke about mental health struggles he faced in 2022. He sought psychological help back then, and he went off to Tuscany on holiday. Really, injury played into some psychological struggles, but he faced them down. He got the help he needed, and he came back stronger than ever, not just physically, but mentally. And you can see the result in Emmanuel Karalis. He says he takes joy in his jumping these days, and doesn't it show? So once again, the rhythmic chanting, the clapping of Zorba's dance, the song he chose to jump to, starts up. And if there's a better vaulting song than that, I certainly haven't heard it. 20 years since the Athens Olympics. That was played a lot in the stadium. It was played the other night as well in Rome, as he won silver, and indeed as his compatriot Miltiadis Tentoglu won gold in the long jump a few days earlier. But here we go. Emmanuel Karalis trying to surpass the Greek record of 5.91. This will be a lifetime best. Can he do it in home turf? He cannot. That wasn't as close on that second attempt. And at this level, it has to be perfect. It really does have to be perfect. But he'll have one more attempt, and I would expect to see him take it. So he'll just rest for a few minutes. And I've no doubt with one more attempt, this is a special atmosphere, a special occasion. It was the Fly Olympia meet for the last 2 years. It's the Fly Athens meeting tonight. Karalis has one more chance. That wind is calming down a bit, which will be much to his liking, and the temperature is just about perfect. It's about 30 degrees. I think he was just a little bit off center there relative to the first attempt. You'll see it's not as close. He hit that one on the way up. He hit the last one very much on the way down. But yeah, just before that attempt, I was speaking about some of the mental health struggles he spoke about in an interview we did a couple of years ago. And, you know, he talked about how he conquered them and went through a process in 2022 when he was struggling with injury, and he was struggling with his mind as well at that point. But he came back, as he said to me, the records are okay, the medals, but he said, but what matters to me most is doing what I love at an elite level and being able to do it with passion. And he said, I've found that again, found my smile. And he said, I'm the type of guy that when I have that and get into competitions, I can surpass my limits. He is just as impressive off the track as he is on it, Emmanuel Karalis, and he's one of the most affable competitors you would hope to meet, and enjoyable, buoyant personalities you could hope to be around is Emmanuel Karalis. And you can see just why he is so loved in Greece and internationally on the athletic scene. And doesn't that joy just shine through his vaulting? 5.82 already this evening. Can he go higher and snatch that Greek record from Konstantinos Philippidis? It's 9 years old, almost 9 years old. And it was set in a stadium where Karalis will be hoping to shine in about 6 weeks' time. The Stade de France in Paris. So, a couple of minutes rest for Karalis, and then he will have his third and final attempt. And as you'll see there with the crowds who have surrounded this pole vault runway, no one is going anywhere. A bit of history in the Greek capital this evening. a place steeped in history. And what a setting it is. And hats off to all the organisers as well. There's a lot of work has gone into making something like this happen in front of the Panathinaik Stadium. Emmanuel Corrales himself has had a big hand in it, as indeed have his family, in organising this for the third. There's of course many more people involved as well in making something like this happen. It's organised by the Municipality of Athens, the Olympiakos Club, World Athletics and the Hellenic Athletics Federation, along with the Greek Ministry of Culture. They've all come together to put on this brilliant event on the streets of Athens. I'm sure many of these people are already athletics fans, but no doubt many of them will be walking away as athletics fans who perhaps weren't as big into it before this evening. Maybe they were just drifting by, doing a bit of sightseeing, and they happened to stumble upon some of the world's best pole vaulters doing their thing. And that's exactly what Emmanuel Corrales is. So we're just minutes away as the passing traffic. You can see the Acropolis in the background there. It is a place steeped in history, is Athens. And Emmanuel Corrales is trying to write his own piece of history this evening and become the first Greek vaulter ever to clear 592. And I think if he can produce a third attempt similar to that first attempt, it's certainly possible. He had the height in that first attempt. He didn't have it in the second one. But it was not just centimetres, I think it was millimetres in that first attempt that he missed it by. 592. He's been watched on by Katerina Stefanidi, the 2016 Olympic pole vault champion and a national hero in Greece. I wonder if she'll be providing some technical feedback on what she saw. She's not competing tonight, but of course also brilliant last week in Rome, winning a European silver despite many difficulties with injuries in recent years. As the countdown continues to Paris, Stefanidi very much putting herself in the conversation as well on the women's side for an Olympic pole vault medal. Corrales is on the men's side. But his dad is present, Haris Corrales, who's coached him since he was a kid, former decathlete. And indeed, Marcin Szczepanski, the coach of Piotr Lisek as well, who coaches him on the technical aspects of the pole vault. His dad, Haris, does more of the physical training, the gym work, things like that. It's a joint effort. But Corrales, at the age of 24, certainly knows enough to have a say in his own training these days. But once you're out there on that runway, it's all down to you. And right now, it is all down to Emmanuel Corrales. And he is looking up at a bar that no Greek athlete has ever cleared. As I mentioned, the Greek record, now almost 9 years old, stands to Konstantinos Philippidis, 591. That was set at the Meeting Areva in Paris in July 2015. It's sat there unsurpassed ever since. This man has taken the Greek indoor record with 586 last year. But national records, they're something that athletics fans don't worry too much about internationally, but there's something that athletes worry very much about. They want to be the best ever from their country, the highest vaulter ever, and he now has that chance, Emmanuel Corrales. And what better setting to do it than in front of the Panathinaik Stadium. So his choice of song, Zorba's Dance, the club remix, starts up once again. That beat will increase in tempo. Those claps will get faster. And when it hits high pitch, Emmanuel Corrales, this 24-year-old star of Greek pole vaulting, will take off down that runway. He'll be running about 10 meters per second. It's an impressive sprint pace in its own right. And then he'll be slingshotting himself up into the air, trying to tackle a bar that is pitched at 5 meters and 92 centimeters. History could be in his hands. And the crowd, I can assure you, everyone here will want to see it and want to tell their kids and grandkids that they saw a piece of history on the streets of Athens. Emmanuel Corrales at 592. Can he get the Greek record? He cannot. Aborts mission right as the pole was planted. Knew something was amiss on the runway, but what an effort from Corrales tonight. Clears 582. Takes victory at the meeting he helped organise. And it is another confidence booster for Corrales, the 24-year-old star, 6 weeks out from the Paris Olympics. What a performance. What a season he's having. A personal best just this week in Rome, 587, and another win tonight.
Περασμένη Δευτέρα το πρωί, στο 5:45 στην τρίτη προσπάθεια, μας έκανες να κάνουμε σκέψεις. Αυτός ο άνθρωπος, αν δεν καταφέρει να περάσει στο 5:45 στο προγραμματικό, πώς θα κάνει εδώ το meeting. Αλλά ευτυχώς είσαι φοβερή ψυχή, φοβερός αθλητής, και όχι μόνο κατάφερες να περάσει στο τελικό, έκανες το 5:87, πήγες στο σημείο μετάλλιο και σήμερα για, πόσο να πω, παρολίγο να κάνεις 5:92 νέο πανέλληνο ρεκόρ. Σου δίνω το μικρόφωνο και λες ό,τι θες στο κοινό.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Σας ευχαριστώ όλους πάρα πολύ που ήρθατε. Είναι το πρώτο fly Athens που κάνω. Πραγματικά όλοι οι αθλητές ήρθαμε οι περισσότεροι από το Ευρωπαϊκό Πρωτάθλημα. Είμαστε όλοι πάρα πολύ κουρασμένοι. Αλλά δώσαμε όλοι το καλύτερο μας σε αυτό. Ευχαριστώ όλους μέσα από τα βάθη της καρδιάς μου, όλους που ήρθατε. Ελπίζω του χρόνου να ξαναρθείτε. Να ευχαριστήσω όλους που βοήθησαν, όλους τους εθελοντές, όλους τους sponsors, όλους τους ανθρώπους που ήρθαν να μας δούνε. Και τα λέμε του χρόνου. Το πανελλήνιο ρεκόρ θα έρθει. Μπορεί του χρόνου να με δείτε να κάνω εδώ 6 μέτρα. Το ελπίζω.
Κυρίες και κύριοι,
So victory on the night for Emmanuel Corrales. What a performance that was. 582, he takes victory and came oh so close to that Greek record of Philippidis, Konstantinos Philippidis. That's 9 years old. That first attempt especially, he'll be watching back the video of that and he will know very much that he has that height within him. We might see it in the weeks ahead. He'll have the national championships. I'm sure he'll be making plenty of appearances on the European circuit in the Diamond League or at World Athletics Continental Tour level. This was a World Athletics Continental Tour silver event. Not that he needs to worry about ranking points. He's got that automatic standard of 582 already. He will be in Paris, assuming he stays healthy over the next 6 weeks, and he will certainly be a big contender for the medals in that men's pole vault. It's been a truly brilliant win, and you could hear him. Not that I even speak Greek, but you can tell he was thanking so many people there, the fans, the sponsors, everyone who was involved in organising a brilliant event that I'm sure no one will forget. He'll be a busy man tonight, Will Corrales. There'll be lots of autographs to sign. There will be lots of selfies to take with his adoring fans. And he is getting more and more with each week that passes by. That European silver, as much as he's achieved already, that European silver the other night will have won him a lot of new fans in Greece. Everyone is tuning into athletics on the countdown to the Olympics. And this man has already won 2 major medals already this year. World Indoor Bronze in Glasgow in March. European Silver in Rome this week. And a victory at the World Athletics Continental Tour Silver event, the Fly Athens Street Pole Vault meet tonight with a 582 clearance and just a whisker shy of going clear of a Greek record of 592. So it's presentation time to round out proceedings at the Fly Athens Street Pole Vault meet. And first up, it's going to be the ladies, which was about 2 hours ago that event came to a conclusion. And we saw it was Britain's Holly Bradshaw, 453 clearance, who took victory there. And it's great to see not just the top 3, but all the competitors. 10 men, 10 women from 13 countries showed up this evening. Came from all around the world to be part of such a memorable competition. It's one of those events that you really do hope has a future. Now in its 3rd year, staged in Olympia the last 2 years. This was the first year it was staged in Athens. And it is an event That really was a brilliant brainchild of the Corrales family. You would hope to see it continue and continue to flourish in the years ahead, especially given the strength of Greek pole vaulting. Just to confirm for any of those who weren't tuned in earlier, the top three in the women's competition. In third place from France was Ninon Chapelle with a 4:43 clearance. Second place from Hungary, their national champion, Hanya Kleckner. She also cleared 4:43, just shaded it on countback from Chapelle due to having fewer failures. And then victory in the women's competition went to Holly Bradshaw, who cleared 4:53. Brilliant stuff from her. That was season's best, adding 3 centimeters to her season's best, did Bradshaw. But of course, she tried 4:63, came close, but not quite close enough. And she said, very much on the borderline, whether or not she'll gain selection, hopefully, for the Paris Olympics. Bradshaw well within the cutoff, 24th on the drop-down list for the Road to Paris rankings. 32 places, of course, available in both the men's and women's events at the Paris Olympics. But it was a victory for Bradshaw with 4:53 earlier on in that competition. Then, of course, in the men's competition, just rounding out the confirmed results. Third place on the night went to Huang Bakai of China, 5:62 his best. Second went to Ben Broders of Belgium, 5:72 his best. And then, of course, how could we forget the brilliant Emmanuel Corrales, 5:82 he cleared on the evening. And it was a comfortable clearance. Having cleared 5:87 earlier this week to win European silver, Emmanuel Corrales soars cleared 5:82 and oh so close to that Greek record of 5:92. I've no doubt in the weeks or months ahead, at some point this summer, that bar will be up at 5:92 or above. And I have little doubt that Emmanuel Corrales is capable of soaring clear. He really is an athlete on the up. And in this most important summer of his career at the age of 24, he couldn't be better placed as the countdown continues towards the Paris Olympics. So Emmanuel Corrales, host broadcaster there. Great to see the olive wreaths, a throwback to the ancient Olympics. And remember that stadium in the background held the opening and closing ceremonies in the first of the modern Olympics in 1896. 9 sports were contested at that games. 4 of them were held in that arena right there. The only all-marble stadium in the world. It really is a fantastically impressive structure. And 20 years on from the Athens Olympics, everyone will remember that those olive wreaths were placed on the heads of all the medalists at the Athens Olympics in 2004 as well. And we're seeing a repeat of that once again this evening as the music from Chariots of Fire, Vangelis, the wonderfully composed anthem from that brilliant Olympic movie, Chariots of Fire, which of course is also brings things a bit full circle because that was set at the 1924 Paris Olympics, telling the story of Eric Liddell and Harold Abrahams, the British sprinters. And in the centenary of the 1924 Paris Olympics, we are headed back to Paris. 6 weeks' time for the athletics program. The 1st of August, that gets underway. And a lot of those same faces you're seeing in front of you now will be at the Stade de France in Saint-Denis on the north of Paris in early August for a 10-day extravaganza of athletics. So some presentations ongoing for the women's.
Κυρία Σοφία Σακοράφα, πρώην κάτοχο του παγκόσμιου ρεκόρ στον αγωνισμό. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of Segas, Sofia Sakharova, will award now the trophy to the first placer.
Oops, we jumped the gun just a little there with the presentation. But there it is. A beautiful Greek statue making its way back to Britain. Holly Bradshaw, champion on the evening. 4:53, a season's best for her. Certainly going in the right direction in what is her final season, and any athlete in their final season, there'll be emotional moments along the way, no doubt, for Holly Bradshaw. It's a tough sport, and she is one of those who has spoken very openly about the struggles physically and mentally she's faced in this sport. But what's certain is that she will very much miss these moments, nights like this in front of big crowds in beautiful settings. And it's victory for Holly Bradshaw with a season's best. 2 weeks to go until her national championships, just under 2 weeks now, where she'll be trying to secure a place and impress the selectors for the Paris Olympics. So presentation time for the men's competition. And that man in your shot there is Huang Bakai of China. Huang Bakai cleared 5:62 to finish third in that men's competition. The 27-year-old, sixth in the world final last year, and I'm sure he'll be needing a lot higher than 5:62 to get amongst the medals in Paris. But nonetheless, a solid clearance tonight at 5:62, and he'll be looking to get back up approaching his personal best of 5:75 in the weeks ahead. Having been a two-time world finalist, he'll want to be part of that Olympic final in just over 6 weeks' time in Paris. But third place on the night for Huang Bakai. Second place, this is Ben Brothers. He'd been over 5:85 at his very best a few years ago, and 5:82 this season at the Suzhou Diamond League. Couldn't quite manage that tonight against Emmanuel Corrales, but he gets a discus thrower statue there from the ancient Olympics, I'm sure. Greece, a country steeped not just in history but in sporting history, and forever synonymous with the Olympic Games, leading in the Olympic opening ceremony every year, their national team. And this man, I'm sure, will be part of it if he decides to take part in that opening ceremony. A lot of athletes choose to bypass it, save their legs. But Emmanuel Corrales will be there in the blue and white kit of the country he represents with such pride. He is as popular an athlete as you will find, Emmanuel Corrales. A 24-year-old, he is going from strength to strength to strength. 5:86 last year indoors to set the Greek record. 5:87 outdoors this year. And such a bold, brave attempt at the Greek outdoor record of 5:91 tonight. Came up just short on that first attempt. It was the best of the three attempts, really, which you'd expect, given he was most fresh for that, and perhaps just the fatigue of a big week. He's just come back from Rome early this week, going up against Mondo Duplantis there, winning silver with 5:87. A brilliant effort by Corrales earlier this week, and indeed tonight. He is all smiles, and he now has 6 weeks to fine-tune himself ahead of the biggest event of his life. Fourth in the last Olympic final in Tokyo. Can he go 1, 2, or who knows, maybe even 3 places better at the Paris Olympics? We shall see. So just a few more presentations to do here. They've got their winning prizes, their statuettes, as they call them. No medals here this evening, but statuettes given out, which, to be honest, is a much cooler thing to sit on their mantelpieces. And Ninon Chappelle there takes the third place prize, the giant check. Good luck bringing that to the bank. But I'm sure they get a regularly sized one as well. Well done to Ninon Chappell, 4:43 for her to take third place. Hanga Kleckner, the Hungarian champ, she takes second. And Holly Bradshaw, she's had a difficult few years in recent years, and as she says, she is now essentially handing the baton over to her teammate Molly Caudry, who is jumping up in the 480s, 490, and really in contention for an Olympic medal. But athletes are always ambitious, and Olympic dreams never die. And Holly Bradshaw's Olympic dream is alive and well. Her 4th Games awaits, if all can go well in the coming weeks, for the Olympic bronze medalist in Tokyo. Fly, Manolo, fly. I think that's also one of his social media handles. Can't remember if it's Instagram or Twitter, but Emmanuel Corrales, he certainly flew tonight. As you can see just how popular he is with the local youngsters, and it's great to see them out in force. Such a popular athlete, 24 years old. He will be on the scene for some time to come, will Emmanuel Corrales. And to the sounds of Queens, the show must go on. The show will go on. And if you're tuning in on the European Athletics live stream tonight, pleased to say there will be many other events coming to you live streamed. Stay tuned to the European Athletics social channels in the weeks ahead. I think there's almost 40 events in total between May and June being streamed by European Athletics, and it's great to have that coverage, bringing the athletics into the living rooms and onto the smartphones and tablets and laptops and TVs as the countdown continues to the Paris Games. So last thing that needs to be done is just presenting those checks to the top 3. We'll stay on air for a few more moments. As you see, that Panathinaikos Stadium starting to light up. And in the top left, the familiar Olympic rings. Soon be seeing them at the Stade de France. Just less than 5 weeks now until that opening ceremony. And under 6 weeks until the athletics program gets underway. So much to look forward to for these athletes, and so much excitement ahead for Emmanuel Corrales. He's up and over 582 tonight, so close to the Greek record. 591, the Greek record will stay for the time being, but it might be living on borrowed time because Emmanuel Corrales is coming for it. But it's a win tonight. As we see a quick look back at some of those jumps, this is Ben Broders. Second place for him on the evening. Best clearance of 572. That was the brilliant Belgian. Look out for him as well in Paris. He'll also have his national championships coming up in the weeks ahead, a little earlier on, going clear. But no doubt about the star of the entire show. It was Emmanuel Corrales with that brilliant clearance at 582 and that very bold, brave attempt at a Greek record of 592. Could be falling. There he is, Emmanuel Corrales. Let's relive that moment. Up and over 582. First time of asking, calm as you like, Emmanuel Corrales. It's been a joy to commentate on, and it's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage from the street pole vault event, Fly Athens. And didn't Manolo fly high tonight? 582, he takes victory, and the giant check, and the statuette, and the countdown to Paris continues. But for me, Cathal Dennehy, it's been a joy to be here and commentate at this stunning event. I've no doubt it will be back next year. The Fly Athens pole vault meet, a World Athletics Continental Tour Silver. Stay tuned to European Athletics social channels in the weeks ahead. There'll be many more live streamed events coming to you. But for me, for now, it's goodbye.